What's
What
up,
is up,
ladies and
everyone?
gentlemen? This is PUBG Mobile's Invitational Sudden Battle Summer Edition. Yeah, it's definitely sudden because that timer was a scam. And we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mikey is with me. Mike, how are you?
Thank you so much for the Annie. And once again, we are now here, day number one, witnessing these teams battling it out once again. Of course, battling it out for the prize pool of $550. Now, Annie, what are your thoughts exactly? I mean, this is going to be day one. It's going to be, of course, it's going to be 2 days. But that is also, I mean, usually those tournaments last for 3 days, but for this one, day number one is, I think, very pressuring for these teams because they have to get to know every one of them, while at the same time they have to gather as much points as they can.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the beauty of having a tournament that are multiple days. This is still getting to know each other. And so after the last map for tonight, they can go ahead and watch the stream once again and then see how the enemies will, play out. But looking at the list actually of teams, we're seeing very familiar names in the Southeast Asian league. So I think these teams actually know each other more or less. But, maybe the rosters changed just a little bit for some of the teams, but more or less their playstyles are a bit the same. And they definitely had scrims against each other before. But yeah, thinking about this tournament, yeah, it's gonna be a bit of getting to know each other for today. And then tomorrow, hopefully we see them, get serious.
Yeah, I really. But you know what? For this tournament, once again, it is just gonna be very challenging because, of course, we're gonna be watching these maps later on as they play out. But yeah, again, this is very challenging for everyone because we only have 6 games for today to get to know each other while at the same time gather as much points. And I think right now we're gonna be preparing to see the maps that will be played out today, and of course for tomorrow. I think there's just gonna be the same order. But yeah, here we have it. Now, of course, game number one. We're gonna be proceeding, of course, to match number one, Sanhok. And yeah, here we are once again. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Now, like, comment, and share the stream to your friends, to your families, and of course, witness the conclusion of this tournament.
Yeah, and we're already seeing something popping up in the kill feed. I mean, this is once again Sanhok, quite the smallest map in our rotation of maps for this tournament. And so we're seeing three, oh no, rather this is two teams inside one area. This is Alter Ego. We're seeing one kill going to the side of Rosemary from Alter Ego Aries. So let's see if that number will kill quick. NWE gets one as well. Glue at some other part of the map. It's a mess here in Sanhok, but that's what I'm living for. 58 players left, 16 teams still standing. So this is still 1 minute and 37 in the game, but there's a lot of things
Ooh,
happening
one
already.
down. Yes, one down already, trying to get in, connecting those shots once again. Trying for another one. And he's just storming through these houses right here. And really, they're just claiming these lives one by one. And that's just gonna be another kill for their team.
Yeah, that's already our first squad elimination. Unfortunately, BTR Vitality is already eliminated that fast, and that is four eliminations going on to the side of Alter Ego Aries. Now, once again, I mean, this is just a few minutes into the game, so there's a bit of element of luck here. Whoever picks up the best guns and then maybe the best luck in here. But yeah, I mean, there's still 11 more maps more to go for the side of Bigatron. But for Alter Ego Esports, this is definitely a really good start, and hopefully this is a good omen for the rest of the tournament.
I mean, Sanhok, it's pretty much just, I really love when the tournaments really start with Sanhok because it just gives them this type of a warm-up game, but at the same time, this is their opportunity to gather as much points as they can while they can, and especially for a 2-day tournament. It's just really pressuring and challenging for all of these members to get to know other teams while at the same time to actually gather as much points for them to make it easier on the final day, on the judgment day, which is just gonna be tomorrow in the same time. But yeah, for now, these teams once again they're just pretty much just gathered. They have pretty much looted some stuff, but we do see some kills right here up on the kill feed, and I think they're just waiting to confirm those kills.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of eliminations already. We're down to 46 players left on the field, and that's absolutely crazy. I mean, this is what I learned about Sanhok, okay? For the players' perspective, this is the most unpredictable map, and taking note at how there's only one Sanhok per day, so that's pretty much 2 out of 12 maps that Sanhok. So this is like a wild card kind of game for them, and this is the greatest like place to get to know the other teams because there's less pressure, at the same time a lot of pressure. And just a while ago we saw someone getting knocked down from the side of XSP, and that's kind of, it's kind of a shame because they're doing really well. They're number 2 on the ranking right now, but then again, it's just really early into the game. Exosphere, crosshairs out, they spot another team at a distance, and let's see if they can get some kills in the bag.
Graph, just waiting, just healing a little bit to prepare himself for the fight that will commence later on. I mean, one of their members is currently needing some revive right here. Actually goes out, could be a risk, but actually just by the right time, he gets out of there before he gets spotted by those enemies. And I think they will have a chance right here to get away or maybe to fight back. Who knows? And speaking of it, they do have the advantage based on the angle, but yeah, they're trying to fight back. The Molotov comes in as well, and he does connect those shots, claiming those kills one by one, waiting to confirm that one, and the Molotov will claim his life, and making this a little bit easier for their team.
Yeah, I mean, it's doing really well for the side of Exosphere Esports, although it's only gonna be Chaco that's left standing. They still have the opportunity to revive one more player. Graph G just lost their life just now, but let's see what's gonna happen for their side. I mean, it's not looking really good. And on the other hand, Todak only lost one player from that skirmish, and they're up to 2 eliminations just now as Lobby falls as well from the side of XSP. And we're looking at the leaderboards right now. XSP has the most kills so far, but they're down to one last player, so it's not looking really good for them. But on the other hand, once again, first map out of 12, it's a really good prospect for them. I mean, we're seeing really good skills coming from their side, but the real question is, will they bring this consistency to the next maps?
I mean, it's still the game number one. I mean, I gotta agree with you. We can't really just get some conclusions just now, but you know what? Definitely, they do have the chances to, of course, pop off later on. And right here, again, I want to bring up my point that Sanhok really is one of the best opportunities to just try a lot of things. Especially, it's just gonna be it's the first match, and you know what? Just try different things while we prepare for the next matches later on, which will be Miramar and Erangel. But yep, the grenades also being thrown at. Just hoping to connect those one, and nope, not actually hitting anyone. But yeah, back to my point. Really, it's especially in a game like 6 minutes and around 30 seconds. You don't really have to go for a lot of engagements, considering Sanhok is a very small map. You just wait for some openings, like what happened right now. Like I think from RDY Esports, actually gets one, trying to get to two, and now they're chasing him down, still using the walls to their advantage, but still he falls down, and they're just claiming these points once again.
I mean, none of these teams are doing well, but I love the position Mango is in right now from Roy Esports. Out of the building, and so they're quite safe. They'll be the last person standing for sure, and they're gonna get the last laugh. But inside of this queue, they get Mango! Despite all that, RRQ comes up victorious. They have 4 eliminations in the bag, but lots of noise coming in from that compound, and they have to go heal up. And this time, they're gonna be worrying about a potential third party, but just looking at the mini-map, it doesn't seem that will be a problem for now. But RRQ, definitely, they've won that engagement. They still have 3 people standing, and so that's a win for them.
And yeah, I mean, considering it's a win for you guys, it's still game number one. It does look good for them, especially that they've gathered a lot of these points, and we have our fans right here just watching the action as it happens live. But yeah, currently also with Vampire Esports, they're kind of just looking for some enemies, just trying to get those targets. Especially that they have the advantage right here. They have the higher ground. They can just really look them up. But for a little bit of that disadvantage is, of course, you cannot really go on for loot. So once you're in there, you have to be prepared with a lot of those ammunition, a lot of those armor prepared. And yeah, I think right here, Sam 9 are also just prepared just in case they will try to fight them.
Yeah, Sub 9, so far they don't have any engagements yet. I mean, they're trying to look for a squad to take down. And, patience is key. They'll pop up whenever they pop up. But we're looking at Blue Squad Esports, and there's Boom nearby. Blue Squad, they're doing a kind of a split push. There's two people going against Boom Esports, going to the front lines, but I don't think they're going to be engaging just yet. I mean, we're not seeing anything popping up in the kill feed, and I'm not quite seeing any of those bullets coming in. Maybe they're just kind of waiting for the right moment to strike. And definitely, there's two from the side of Blue Squad taking position inside of this compound, inside of this building. But over here, E Arena, some bullets coming in. There's another squad nearby, but it's quite a long way. That's a quite a long shot. So let's see if they get any damage. Take any damage done. Joker trying to get some damage in, but I don't think it's really connecting. So, patience is key. Let's see if he'll get that kill. But for now, we're just waiting and seeing. It looks like Boom Esports and Blue Squad finally having some moves coming in. There's some trades. Blue Squad already has 3 eliminations, but they're down to 3 people. Boom Esports are getting bombarded with grenades. Let's see who comes up victorious here.
For now, they're just gonna be waiting on for a little bit of that opportunity coming in. But we're here with Blue Squad once again, just prepared to throw those grenades. And if they do get to chip their health down, then they can really go for execution points. But yeah, for now, nothing really major will be happening. Still, we're gonna be nearing to the 10th minute mark of match number one, and considering it's a map like Sanhok, we can really just predict the types of games that we'll be having today. As I think a little bit slow, but very very calculated moves from all of these teams. Pretty unfortunate
Definitely.
from the last the 3 teams that got eliminated, because I'm pretty sure they have a lot of strategies prepared, but they were just really eliminated earlier in the first 10 minutes. It's really unfortunate. However, they can really just try again on the maps like Miramar and Erangel. So again, very very huge opportunities coming in. Day number one is just really all about opportunities and how they manage to bag those points up in their teams.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you right there. This is still day number one. This is still map number one. There's a chance that some of these teams that got eliminated so early on, there's still a chance that they'll do well in the later maps. But that's something that we will be finding out later on. Right now, we finally see the side of Vampire Esports. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of Vampire Esports fans in the comments, and I'm really glad you guys are supporting your favorite teams. And of course, we're
Vampire,
looking
right?
at E Arena, and I think yeah, there was Vampire Esports nearby, and there's also Sem9. So far, Sem9 hasn't been making any moves just yet. But yeah, just looking at the comments, actually, there's a lot of people. I'm not sure because I can't speak this language, but there's a lot of people that are kind of disappointed BTR got eliminated so early on. But guys, once again, BTR pretty good team.
Yeah, they
I've
could
seen
try.
them in
Yeah.
in the previous competitions. They're really good. So I'm crossing my fingers. We see something popping off in the 11 maps later on. So you know what? Let's go ahead and see what's gonna happen now, because it looks like we're going into a quiet part of the map right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Back to my point, really, it's really just unfortunate for these teams that have been eliminated earlier, because again, I'm pretty sure they have a lot of strategies in mind, especially that their fans are just rooting for them, watching the action as well right now. But it really is just unfortunate as they got caught in the crossfire and they were just eliminated. However, for the next 5 games that we'll be having later on, I'm pretty much sure that they have some strategies in mind that they would love to try out. But yeah, it does look like a kill feed is starting to do its work right now. We have seen a lot of those gunfights happening, and I think one member is also down. They're just gunning. Actually, they're shooting these cars down, just trying to hit them, connect to shots. And Pika also with the rest of Astrum Deus could be looking for a possible squad wipeout right here from their enemies. And yeah, for Alter Ego Ares, also a very familiar team. It's gonna be very challenging if it's gonna be surprising as well if one of these teams just die and get eliminated. And actually, one member already going down. Also, the
Wow.
second one, and 2 members currently remain, just using the houses to their advantage, trying to block those bullets. But in the end, Alter Ego Aries wins the duel. And now, I think that was AD who will be eliminated for match number one.
Yeah, Alter Ego wipes out their second squad. I mean, they're the ones who put BTR on the ground, and there's a lot of people that are kind of disappointed with that. But Alter Ego Esports, they're popping off. They won their second engagement, and that just means 8 whole eliminations, 8 whole points on their side. And right now, they're number one in their rankings. Once again, map number one. But Alter Ego Aries, they're doing so well. So I'm pretty sure there's people who they're gonna like you know keep their eyes on this team because definitely they're doing a lot well. They're looking really well. But speaking of doing really well, RRQ's also over there. Still has 3 players in, and it looks like E Arena finds Todak Esports gunning in inside of this house. EA and C2 grenades out, but will be getting knocked down instead. TDK also getting knocks on their side, one after the other. They're falling, but it looks like there will be a third target perhaps. Or that's at a distance, and that's Alter Ego of all people. But for now, it's between E Arena and Todak. 9 still alive inside of this house. EA trying to heal up after that because Todak Esports actually got eliminated already. And they're only gonna go back to the lobby with unfortunately only 2 eliminations for this map.
Yep, going back to the lobby, but for now we're gonna be focusing on these last 11 teams. Some common teams right here. We have the esports, we have the Alter Ego Aries, and especially with Alter Ego, since they've already won those fights, then they're pretty much just warmed up. But right here, FaZe of course will be eliminated down to the last 10 teams already, and right here, it's still match number one, but it's already thrilling to see these teams battle it out once again. And most of these teams actually have engaged in a lot of those fights. Currently holding number one spot is Alter Ego with 8 points. We have RQ with 5, Glue with 4, and the rest goes on and on. But for here, XSP also having 5 points, but their last member, I think they're just really waiting to get a lot of those placement points as they can. But yeah, currently the circle will be taking their life little by little right now, especially that we're heading on or actually restricting the play zone once again. But yeah, currently they're just pretty much spread out right here on this forest, and they have no choice but to really just fight this one, especially that the center of the circle will be situated just right here.
Yeah, and we're seeing these teams actually really taking this map seriously because this is 550 prize pool, 550 US dollar prize pool hinging on these 12 maps rather. And we're seeing Glue Squad Esports. I think they spot another team nearby. They're just trying to get into position before committing to this, but all the while Alter Ego, I believe that's Alter Ego. What happened, Alter Ego? Vampire Esports, right? I mean, we're talking about this. I don't know if there are any Filipinos out there, but yeah, we just made a meme. But Alter Ego, they're seeing Vampire Esports here in this open field. There's a bit of a curve in this landform. There's probably gonna be a lot of grenades thrown out. I mean, Dayboys already has his one thrown, arcing, going on to Vampire Esports. It doesn't look like they're getting any knocks just yet, but that's definitely gonna change really soon as Vampire Esports and AE go ahead and get serious.
Yep, there we have it. The grenades being thrown out once again from Vampire Esports. Hoping to get one down. Playzone, however, will be doing its move as well. They'll be doing God's work as they take out one player. Once again, RQ onto their hand will find one with a grenade. And I think they're going to be pushing more with Vampire Esports, throwing one more grenade before they head on to the fight. Alter Egos, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They have to fight this one out. But while that was happening, Boom Esports would go down. And here, Vampire Esports just shooting them down, gunning them down. One member currently down from Alter Ego. And now, still hunting them down. But while that was happening, Claw will be taking 7th place as they are eliminated.
Yeah. We're down to 6 teams actually, and look at Alter Ego's statistics. That's a lot of kills. But on the other hand, it's only gonna be Alva that's left standing. Let's see. That's absolutely ballsy. That's a lot of confidence walking in to the fray, even though they're just all alone. But on the other hand, VPE loses a lot of players in the back. Wow, Sem9 goes down by the hands of the last player of Alter Ego Aries. That's absolutely crazy. Even gets an elimination in the bag. But Sem9, they're coming in with their full team. Rather, that's actually two people left on Sem9, and they still have 5 eliminations in. We're down to 3 teams. That's absolutely crazy. Sem9, EA, Glue, Squad Esports. Who will come up victorious? I'm so excited to see what that answer will be.
Well, definitely these last three teams just again, pretty. I have to give it props to them. They have remained right here, though we have seen some teams a while ago that they really had a lot of those skills, a lot of potential, but they were eliminated right here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's just going to be the last three teams that will be taking the winner chicken dinner in just a few moments. We have the EA once again, Sem9 and the Glue, and with the Arena, I think they're just trying to. I think it's almost like a free for all game right here. Now that they're pretty much just spread out, I think in a triangular pattern. I'm not sure, but yeah, for Glue Squad Esports currently they have one member. So I think what his plan right here is just to fight. To allow Sem9 and the Arena to fight this one, just by them, and then Glue Squad would be going in for a cleanup right here. And I think we have already spotted one kill from EA, and actually they have eliminated, but Glue on the other hand would say goodbye for now, and I think we're gonna be heading on to a 2v2 Sem9 versus E Arena.
Yeah, I mean, for Glue, they definitely did not have the numbers on their side. But on the other hand, speaking of numbers, we've equalized Sem9 and EA. 2 players each on their squad. One player on each side getting knocked down. So this is pretty much a 1 versus 1, probably. No, actually, no. Sem9, they still have 2 players still standing. I think they got the 3-5 in the bag. EA inside of this house. And Sem9 is just storming in. This is going to be a 2 versus 2. One knockdown in the E Arena. And with that, our champions for the first map would be Sem9. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. This is our first map. Sem9 bags that first victory. Congratulations once again. And of course, to the rest of the teams, they did pretty well. But once again, this is our first map. This is still Sanhok. We're going to be seeing 11 more to go. And in fact, 5 more for tonight. And of course, that winner chicken dinner Sem9. These are our chicken dinner winners for tonight. And with that, that was a great game to watch.
Yeah, I really agree with you right here. Sem9. I mean, looking at it actually, there was kind of a little bit of hope right there for E Arena. Glue Squad on their hand, they were also trying to remain to actually be that cleanup crew, but they were just spotted right there and they were just eliminated. Sem9 on the other hand, they had the right time, especially when they took down one. It also destroyed a little bit of that morale from E Arena, which right here made it a little bit easier for Sem9 to win this one. And here we have our team stats right here with Deppy with 1 elimination and a damage of 180. We also have Kenny with the highest damage with 445 and 2 eliminations. Kenny! And of course, Firen with 2 eliminations, 269 damage, and 3 eliminations from Trexie with a 392 damage. And here we have a head-to-head right here with Alter Ego Aries, which we have actually observed a while ago that Alter Ego were also dominating on match number 1. But yeah, they do have 12 eliminations, though they didn't really get that winner chicken dinner. On the other hand, Sem9 with 8 eliminations, and yeah, the placement right here, placement points for Sem9, of course, it's gonna be 10 points. Alter Ego with 4, and a total of 18 to 16, still in favor of Sem9.
Yeah, I mean, Alter Ego did really well in this map, despite not getting that chicken dinner, despite not even making it to the top 3. Still, they did really well, and compared to Sem9, that's some pretty good stats combat. That's 2 points against just a little bit less than Sem9. But once again, this is the match summary. We're seeing 56 eliminations, 5 grenades, and all the more. We're seeing the game's MVP, and that is Alva from Alter Ego. I believe Alva was the last person standing before their team got eliminated off. And we're seeing just one player getting 6 eliminations and 607 damage. 5 knockouts, 4 throws used, and 1 assist. So, you know, eyes on this guy. Let's see if we'll be seeing more of him in the coming maps. Let's see if he'll be taking teams one after the other. But yeah, these are the rest of our top four players. That's Jen Foss with 5 eliminations. Trexie from our winner chicken dinner team. That's Sem9. That's 3 eliminations. And of course, Mormon with 3 eliminations. And their corresponding damage in the stats. So hopefully we see a lot of consistencies coming from these teams because they're doing really well in these parts. But of course, for the teams, especially on the second half of the leaderboards, hopefully we see them improve in the coming maps.
Yeah, we will see them improve later on, especially with Miramar and Erangel games. But yeah, here we have once again now Sam9 currently leading with 18 points, Alter Ego following with a 16, 11 points to Glue, and yeah, 10 points to Esports and RQ. RYU. And yeah, here we have the rest of the team that's going to be followed with Vampire Esports, Exosphere Esports, and Astrum Deus.
Yeah. And for now, it's Sem9 that will be in rank number 1, but coming in second is just Alter Ego Aries with 2 points difference, and Glug with 11 points. That's quite a pretty big gap. That's 5 points, but still, there's a chance that lots of things will change later on. And yeah, these are our today's matches. Number 1 is Sanhok, and we'll be seeing 3 Erangel maps in a row later on. And of course, we're gonna be ending the day with 2 Miramar maps, and this is gonna be the same for tomorrow as well. But yeah, that was a pretty good game number 1 for our PUBG Am's Invitational Summer Edition Sudden Battle, rather. I flipped that, but yeah, basically that's the idea. And we are your casters, Annie, and with me is Mike, and we'll be going on to a short break really quickly. So for those of you tuning in, thank you so much, but we'll be seeing you in a few minutes, so stay tuned.
What's up, guys? We are now back as we witness later on the next three matches of Miramar that will be happening. Of course, a big congratulations to Sem9 for winning match number one for Sanhok. And yeah, while that was happening, we also have right here Alter Ego currently holding a second place. But yeah, we have our team list right here. Alter Ego, Bigatron, Boom Esports, Claw Esports, E Arena, FaZe Clan, Glue Squad, yeah, New Era, RRQ, Roy Esports, Sem9, Todak, Vampire Esports, Exosphere, and Astro Deus. And there are just a lot of familiar teams battling it once again for a $550 prize pool. But we also have these teams that would be trying their best as well. I do think from these viewers right here, they have their fans pretty much prepared to cheer them on. But yep, of course, we'll also be explaining these placement points by Annie. Now, of course, we are your shoutcasters for tonight. I'm Moik, and with me is Annie.
Yeah, definitely, Mike. I mean, this is gonna be great. We finally saw the assets for the teams, and we've definitely seen a bunch of really familiar names. And we've got teams from different Southeast Asian nations, such as Malaysia. We got Indonesia's, and we also got Thailand, and just one Vietnamese team. So it's really exciting to see all these kinds of people coming together, just playing PUBG. And that is a beautiful prize pool of $550. And so we're just seeing these teams. They're definitely taking this seriously. And yeah, we're gonna be moving on to our next map. This is once again the first of three Erangel maps for tonight. And I mean, this is still gonna be their first Erangel map for the tournament, but still, this is the basic, the most basic map. So everyone's probably already memorized where each single building is. And from the hospital going down to Vorep Noya. And so there's some spots that they can drop off. They can back to Pochinki, go to the school, to Georgia Pool as well, the hospitals, and perhaps the ferry pier as well. And perhaps Sosnoco military base is also accessible. And yeah, we're gonna see where the teams are gonna drop. Let's see if, who's gonna be eliminated in the first few minutes.
I mean, yeah, for now, with Sem9, they do actually drop at Fairy Pier usually, for games like Erangel, and for some right here, for some teams like maybe let's say Alter Ego Aries, they usually drop off the Pubg or the Mansion or the Prison actually. But yeah, these are some teams that are currently holding the top spots. From Blue, we do have Georgia Pool as their usual drop spot for Erangel. And with these teams, just by this, if enemies also know where they usually drop, then they can just hunt them down and stop their spree. And I think one of the teams that would be doing that could be Bigatron, especially that they kind of got eliminated early on, so they're just really seeking revenge for this one and just stopping these current top players. We also have other teams like MEC, we have the FaZe, and for those other teams that would be trying to stop their way. But yeah, currently we're already seeing a lot of fights right here. The gunshots coming in but not connecting. However, one member from Exosphere, and actually the first team to be eliminated, Exosphere, would go down. And actually, for the rest of the teams, they're still trying to fight back. A lot of action just happening through the kill feed. And yeah, MEC does look like they're gonna be getting a lot of those kills, and just confirm those once again before they can get another one just for their team. Glue, however, would also be getting one and just waiting to confirm that kill.
Ah, bloodshed. And so we're looking at MEC and RRQ right now. I mean, Exosphere. They got a lot of reaction is done just yet for these early game engagements. And so RRQ, Ryu, it looks like they're gonna be taking a position for now. They're not gonna be going ahead and taking engagement just yet. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. And MEC right now, they have one player on the red needing that revive. They already have one elimination in the bag. And yeah, we're just gonna be seeing a lot of fights right here.
And right here for this game, it does look like RQ, Ryu, and MEC
We're
could be
seeing Kim.
fighting.
They're trying to get some bullets in the bag, and RRQ they have.
Oh, there we have it. Still trying to connect those shots, and it does connect. Just waiting to confirm that one, waiting to eliminate. MEC, on the other hand, would try to maybe climb this one up, but he's just running away. RQ, on the other hand, will not be risking this fight. However, he's still trying to get that angle, and but in the end, MEC gets that kill down and waiting to confirm that one that will be them. And I think right here they have just confirmed, and I think for RRQ, it's gonna be down to the last member while one is still needing some revive. MEC, on the other hand, currently complete, and they're pretty much just wreaking havoc right here, and they're just claiming those kills one by one. And right here, if they move to a different location, then they can probably be confident into going for another gunfight. Here we have once again still RQ Ryu waiting, and I think just um they're probably just waiting for the right time later on to fight back. It's still quite early, so they can't really just keep risking a lot of those stuff. But for now, MEC, on the other hand, would find one, the last member for RQ. They're on the hunt. They're just trying to chase him down, and I think RQ's last member, their last hope. It's just the chances are looking actually the chances are looking pretty slim right here now that RRQ could be facing a loss, an early loss, if MEC or other team would be able to take them out as soon at this in a few moments or so. But yeah, there we have Magna Esports Club. MEC still trying to hunt down the last member of RRQ, just a little bit more. And yeah, currently still they're just really roaming around these buildings. I do think MEC have this territory right in their hands, so they can just really roam around confidently, especially with a lot of those skills. It also built up their morale into getting those kill points and into heading on to a lot of those gunfights later on. They would be pretty much prepared mentally, and that's what I usually like because nothing beats good old shooting games than the mindset itself, than the mentality itself. And just by that, MEC could be looking
Good
for a
old
possible
shooting
win.
games.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good old shooting games, all right. And yeah, let me just like get up to speed right here. We're down to 15 teams. Actually, I'm kind of curious with Vampire Esports since a while ago. It doesn't look like I mean we have 15 teams and we see XSP rather got eliminated off. So I'm not sure what's happening, but we're seeing Bigatron Esports going against Todak Esports up in this open field. They both have 4 players in their roster, so this is gonna be a little bit. Let's see what Todak Esports Bigatron will come up with. I mean, we're seeing a lot of bullets coming in. No one's getting knocked down just yet. BTR taking position as well. This is pretty tactical. They're roaming around with their cars. Todak, on the other hand, they're also taking position, but doesn't look like they're really engaging just yet. But we're seeing one player from Todak Esports going in really ballsy. Let's see how that's gonna end up for them. But all the while, we see RRQ actually just got eliminated now.
And actually, wait, was I think for RRQ though, being eliminated quite early is just unfortunate. And yeah, I mean, how about you, Annie? What are your thoughts really on the, especially with the fate of RQ being eliminated quite early for game number two?
RQ. I mean, they definitely lasted quite a while in the previous map. It's just a little bit unfortunate that they were the second team to go down in this map. But on the other hand, once again, for battle royale games, it's a matter of a little bit of luck and a lot of skill. But still, we can't deny that luck. A lot of luck. You know, changes the tempo of the game. But of course, we're seeing Boom Esports trying to get some shots in against EA Arena, I believe. And Boom Esports are down to 2 players so early on into the game. So this is gonna be a little bit hard on their side. But on the other hand, Bigatron Academy by Vitality, they're still at it with Torak Esports even until now. That's absolutely crazy. I mean, it's been a while. It's been like how many minutes and they still haven't killed each other off.
Yep, Bigatron on the other hand already making it in 8 minutes already gives them that hope to actually catch up to these teams. And yeah, what while that was happening, it does look like we're gonna be heading on to a fight. more like a fantastic, or like a Fast and Furious fight right here if it really happens. But for now, I think they will be taking their time. Especially it's still quite early. They cannot risk a lot of those action just yet. But yeah, Bigatron will also not be risking a lot of those action for now, especially that they have to catch up. They have a lot of catching up to do since they lost match number one quite early. And I think right here one member will go down. It's up gonna be up to these three members to actually get back on their feet.
Yeah, I totally agree with you right there. BTR, they have a long way to go to catch up to say Alter Ego Aries. That's whole 16 points. BTR still down to one, and Deku just went down and behind by the hands of Todak Esports. So this is looking really good. I mean, that's 0 points, and they're already down to three players on their roster. I mean, we're taking a look at Bigatron, what they're up to right now. That's definitely Alter Ego nearby. Maybe it was Alter Ego that took Deku down. I'm not quite sure. I didn't quite catch that kill feed, but of course, Alter Ego definitely taking some damage. They already have 4 kills on their side. Krypton just went down by the hands of Trial 25 on the side of BTR, but Alva spots one from the side of Bigatron, tries to put some bullets in, but let's see if that will cause any deaths on their side. Let's see if Alter Ego Aries can make those 4 eliminations into 5. Krypton is already needing that revive. Alpha really low on health. And so with that, Alter Ego versus Bigatron, let's see who comes up victorious.
Bigatron still they do have the high ground advantage. They're just really looking for targets to pick off, and especially with one member down, they have to really just catch up. They have a lot of catching up to do. I've mentioned that a while ago already. So they need to really get those points as much as possible as we head on to the next games that will be happening later on. But yep, they do have three chances for Erangel though. So the more we play Erangel later on, then the more warmed up they will be, and the more chances of them getting those lot of elimination points later on. And yeah, the same goes actually with the rest of these teams. Currently, we are seeing Alter Ego with holding number one spot. Sam Nine following up as well. They still need kills in order to catch up to Alter Ego. But yeah, currently following that up would be Glue as well and E Arena with 2 points.
Yeah. I mean, right now everyone's kind of like in a standoff, everyone's just waiting to see if someone will make a mistake and then ultimately punish them for that. But Torak Esports, there's one enemy lounging about in their area, but they just can't quite pinpoint where they are. They don't have as much information. But I just saw a while ago, Alpha did get one knock on their side, but they're not getting that finish that they need. It's Todak as well. They have to worry about them. But Roy Esports, they have the grenades out because there's NWE outside of their doors knocking, trying to see if they can get any eliminations. But on the other hand, Roy Esports definitely has the numbers disadvantage. All the while, FaZe goes down and gets eliminated off of this map. But still, all eyes on Roy Esports. 2 players inside of this house on the roof. We're seeing Jukai getting that kill, knocking them out of the vehicle, and that's one. That's 2 actually. 2 eliminations for the side of Roy Esports, but still there's 2 more left to go outside of this house. Surrounding this place, DBS out, and it looks like there's some kills, there's some trades coming in. Hui Kwang needs that revive. Headshot going against NWE, and that's actually a whole elimination. Roy Esports, despite having that numbers disadvantage, they get 4 eliminations in by just Jukai.
And yeah, for now, Roy Esports healing their teammates right here. Still prepared to fight later on, especially that there are just a lot of those teams that will be facing them. But yep, it does look like for Bigatron Esports, one member would go down from the hands of E Arena, and I think just a few more they would be eliminated once again. But that here is the best opportunity for Bigatron to gather points and to really climb up the leaderboard. And yeah, currently as well, with RRQ, they need to get a lot of those points, but of course they got eliminated, so they have to try that later on. And yeah, currently holding with 10 points as well, so it really is gonna set them back a few steps behind later on. But yeah, currently as well, we have to look at other teams with Roy currently with 2 members but 4 points. Could get them a lot of those elimination points. Could actually make them climb the leaderboard. But yep, one member from Alter Ego, on the other hand, would be going down and would be needing some revive before he gets confirmed later on. And yeah, they're just gonna be very invested in this fight. And while that member is down, he's also giving a lot of those info to his teammates right here.
And once again, Alva! Oh my gosh, Alva goes down as the last player standing on Alter Ego. They'll be saying goodbye. They'll be taking their bow for this map. And I mean, they had 6 eliminations, I believe, in this map. So that's a pretty good, takeaway from just this one map. But Astrum Deus, of course, they get that one kill from quite a far off. Easy actually eliminates the claw off from that long distance. That's quite amazing. But of course, the eliminations aren't gonna stop now. SM9. They have the crosshairs out. There's 80, I believe that's Astrum Deus out at the distance. Astrum Deus also taking position inside of this house. I mean, they're doing quite well. They already have 3 eliminations. But on the other hand, we're talking about SM9. We're talking about the number 1 ranking so far in since the first game. And so with that, AE, they did overtake Sem9 just now, but still Sem9 is a pretty good team. They proved themselves in the previous map, and so it's gonna be quite an enemy to have here, especially with AD. But on the other hand, Sem9, Kenny try to see if they can get a shot in, but it looks like it won't be favoring them for their just yet. But I'm actually looking at the mini map. They're kind of having a sandwich. They sandwich Astrum Deus inside of this one house, and it's not looking good. Honestly, strategic wise, I don't think I like how Astrum Deus is getting sandwiched right now. But all the while, we're looking at that circle. I mean, it's coming in towards prison, towards mansion, towards Milta. So this is gonna be really fun later on in a few minutes when everyone will be forced to move into the circle.
And yep, I think right here with 10 teams, of course, 15 minutes into the game, and especially that they've pretty much warmed up last match.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go ahead and I'm really hoping something interesting pops up because so far I think these teams they're kind of just waiting everyone out. Blue squad, they're trying getting those shots in, but they're not gonna be there anymore. But of course they don't have that information. We definitely do. They spot a vehicle and they're just trying to shoot their wheels up, but once again, stalemate. I mean, no one's moving yet, and they're just gonna wait
Mhm.
for that circle to come in. Stage 3 in the circle is gonna close in really quickly in a few minutes, but Sodaki Sports seems that they're still lounging about with MEC at a distance. Once again, nothing coming up in the kill feed, but we're seeing some vehicles moving, and Todak has seen that as well. Let's see if they will use that information somehow to their advantage, but it doesn't seem that that'll be that way. So we're just gonna be going back to waiting once again. So we're
Mhm.
down to 10 teams and 31 players in the ground.
Yeah, and here we have in a game like sorry guys, I was really cut off later a while ago, but back to the point I was making.
Hmm.
In a game like Erangel, and considering that they have already warmed up during their first match, then definitely it will take a little bit of those of time in order for them to just really go in for the kills, especially that their ranks their ranks at the leaderboard are really on the line right here, so they can't really just risk themselves, expose themselves, because they could get eliminated at any point. But at the same time, it's also a risk with a great reward. If they win those fights, then they can really garner a lot of those elimination points and maybe even a chicken dinner. But yep, of course, 17 minutes into the game, we can't really expect a lot of those fights to commence. We're probably gonna be seeing that later on stage number 5 and 6, where the map is just really small. So with that, they have no choice but to just face each other.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a lot of the teams that needs to catch up. I'm really hoping that they're gonna catch up in this map. I mean, there's a lot of people in the comment section really cheering on for BTR, and also I'm crossing my fingers for BTR as well. I mean, they're pretty popular team, and I've seen them in previous games, in previous Southeast Asian games. They're pretty good, But right now they're just trying. They're struggling with their footing just a little bit. But easy right now. We can see that they're shooting at a distance. I believe that was Sem9. It's just a lost one player. That's Firen actually. And Sem9, they're still at one elimination, so they gotta go ahead and not lose any more players. On the other hand, they also need to hunt down MEC just at the distance. I mean, Kenny right here. I think they had some information. They saw some movement, but no one from MEC is gonna be within their crosshair. So yeah, let's just see what happens. It looks like 9DAP is on the other part of a map. These spots blue as well, making a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise in that vehicle, and they actually have a clear shot of KF. Just can't quite get the angle right. Let's see if they'll go ahead and try to get some shots in, or they'll wait for the right moment to strike.
And yeah, currently 19 minutes, and I think we'll be seeing that later on. A lot of those fights for now, Sem 9 on the other hand, would probably be facing against Glue. So with that, if Glue Squad could take them out, then it would also set them a few steps higher, maybe even taking the first place. But currently, you know what, Alter Ego are eliminated, so it's really a big chance for them to step it up a notch. But while that is happening, we do see from the kill feed Bigatron also getting two of those points, just waiting to confirm that one. And with before that will happen, of course, if that were to happen, then definitely they can just climb a lot of those steps up in the leaderboard, maybe catching up with a lot of those enemy squads. But yeah, currently we're gonna be heading on to the 20th minute mark, so nothing big will be happening for now.
Yeah, but in the next 5 minutes, hopefully that will change because we're still up to 10 teams and 27 players. Megatron, they have one elimination, but they already lost Zeku just a while ago. So let's see if that will be that'll be something that'll be hindering them from garnering a lot of points for this map. But hopefully, crossing fingers that Bigatron will find their footing in this game. Sem9 and Glue on the other hand, they're having a little bit of a grenade fight. Sem9, I mean, they're doing quite a good job. They've managed to take down Xbox. But on the other hand, Blue already has two eliminations in the bag. Has to be Q. They have some grenades in. That's actually just one last grenade in their inventory. Let's see how he'll fare against two players from Sem9. I don't know the other. There's some other people from Blue Squad nearby. Yeah, I definitely that's gonna be happening right now. But on the other hand, Bigatron Academy versus EA as well. I don't know what their name is. Hans Silbug, I believe, but this player right here. I mean, he's gonna be going ahead and getting that information in the bag. It's an open field, so this is all for one. It's just a bunch of bullets coming in from all directions. Try to stay alive while getting those eliminations in. Wow, that vehicle really flew away, but no one's getting knocked down just yet. Until now, Glue Esports. They all get knocked down, and that's an elimination, a whole elimination. And unfortunately, they didn't manage to get any placement boards, not even one, because they are the 9th ranking team for this map.
And definitely with 2 points, Glue would be moving the match with at least 13 points. So of course, they will be adding the placement points later on, but the rest of these teams also fighting in this area. Whoever wins this, of course, gets to control this area right here, with a lot of loot as well coming. But for E Arena, almost going down, just a few more bullets to connect those, and I think Mormon going in with a shotgun. No choice but to actually just fight them against Bigatron, and Bigatron, I think, could be facing a very huge casualty as he is left with the last member, which is gonna be Hans. Their only hope, their only sunshine right here. And yep, dropping those smoke just to cover them a little bit. And yeah, well, that was happening. The arena would be eliminated, taking, of course, the number 8 spot.
I mean, E-Arena was the thorn on Bigatron's side, but they do have to worry about Todak as well at a distance. But Bigatron, they're down to one player, and unfortunately, they only managed to get 3 points. But still, they made it to at least a top 8, so they have some placement points in guaranteed. But all the while, we're seeing Todak Esports, they're they're up to 6 eliminations, so they're doing quite well. But on the other hand, we're seeing in a kill feed, Boom Esports gets one from the side of Roy, and that's actually a full squad elimination with the death of their last player. And of course, we're looking at Todak once again. No breaks here. Todak Esports, 7 eliminations in bag. They still have 3 players standing, and they only lost 1 player. Bigatron, on the other hand, still alive, and they're trying to get as much points as possible. They're the last person standing, but still, they're trying to make good use of their last life. Okay, we're seeing 4 last teams. That's Boom Esports, 1 player. BTR, 1 player. Todak with 3, and MEC with 4. MEC with a numbers advantage, but once again, numbers don't really guarantee your chicken dinner, so let's see what happens.
Currently, the last four teams fighting in this area, and I've said it a while ago, this could really be, this could also set them up later up in the leaderboards. Todak, on the other hand, currently with 3 members remaining. MEC also holding up with the 4 members, and we have seen MEC actually deal a lot of those damage and actually taking a team out a while ago in the early moments of the map. So they have that winning chance right here. Todak, on the other hand, they also have the chance to win this one, but right here, updating on these healths, they are currently one member. There's currently one member who's very much injured, but he's pretty much healed up right now. And actually, Real getting sprayed, but with half HP remaining, he makes it out alive. But while that was happening, Bigatron will be saying their goodbyes for now, as the last member just got hit by a grenade and just gonna be eliminated just by that method, really. But yep, currently that's gonna be up to me, MEC versus Todak and Boom Esports with the last member. Currently, I think they're gonna be the cleanup crew, while MEC and Todak will be fighting this one out.
Yeah, definitely. That's the best course of action for Boom Esports right now. Wait, MEC and Todak to kind of go against each other. That's exactly what's happening. This is going to be a 3 versus 4, and it looks like MEC already has a 1 player knocked down on their side. That's 2 already in the side of MEC. Todak lost 1, knocked down. Boom, still waiting it out. Just waiting for that right moment to strike. Todak's down 2 players, MEC as well. That's one last healthy player on the side of MEC, but that goes the same with Todak as well. 1 versus 1. Amazal versus Scam. MEC with the heights advantage. Todak, I think they can get this revive in the bag. And MEC goes down. So this is Boom Esports versus Todak Esports. Boom Esports really waited this out. Here's a grenade. Todak, 9. Very low on health. Scam. 9 gets knocked down by the grenade. It's just Scam left, Mike.
Definitely, and it was really surprising from MEC down to Todak and Boom Esports, and right here the grenade just being thrown at. It's gonna be game of tug and war between these two teams. One grenade goes up for Boom Esports. Todak, he gets hit. Just a few more, actually makes it alive. Currently healed up, but trying to fight as well with his gun. And just a few more bullets before he finds that elimination. But the grenade, again, it's a game of dodgeball. While the movement for these two teams are kind of like a tug of war again. The grenades, here we have it. The grenades being thrown at once again. There we go. Just a few more, really. And I think we're gonna be seeing the conclusion right here. And actually, wait, hold on. There's a few more. There we have it.
Todak already won. But yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I mean, Boom Esports, they did quite well, They waited it out. And that just gave them the second rank. And all the while, Todak Esports, they did have that numbers advantage. So it's no wonder that they bagged this winner chicken dinner. Congratulations, by the way, to Todak Esports. There we have our assets. Winner chicken dinner going into Todak Esports for our first Erangel map for tonight. And there's a lot of things to say from that previous map, but this is Todak Esports moment, and we're looking at team stats. That's Real 77 with 2 eliminations, Scam with 3, Pekko with 3, and 9 with 3, and a decent amount of damage coming in for all 4 members.
Yep, there we have it. Once again, our team stats right here for Todak, and you know what? They really kind of unexpected way to end match number 2 right here with Todak winning that one. And you know what? They're gonna be matched head to head with MEC, which But actually, what I was kind of expecting for them to be the contenders for the top two, but nevertheless, uh, Boom Esports was there to actually make it to the top two. But yep, Todak still on the other hand winning those a lot of those damage coming from them. And yep, for this match we have 57 eliminations, 55 knockouts, 30 assists, one vehicle elimination, and a total healing of 6,507.
Yeah, and that was the match summary. This is, I believe that was 2 out of 6 matches for tonight. And yeah, this is the game MVP. This is Jukai from Roy Esports. And this is the last player standing from Roy Esports. And I believe they were going solo for quite a while in that previous map. So, I mean, looking at that, 943 damage from just one person. And that's 6 whole eliminations for their team. So, I mean, no question, the Hukai, they did quite well, and no wonder they are the MVP. And of course, coming in next are the rest of the top 4 players. That's Zero with not 0 eliminations, but 5 eliminations. And Mekido with 4 eliminations in, and Peko with 3. I believe Peko is quite familiar. They are part of our winner chicken dinner team. I believe that is Todak, but I could be wrong. I could be deluding myself. But yeah, decent amount of damage from our top teams. And we have another MVP. We do have Alter Ego's Alva with 8 eliminations, 931. Yeah, 931 damage, 7 knocks. Then coming in second is a 7 eliminations from Jukai with 1,863, and Zero with 5 eliminations and 509. Yes, this is the top 3 players for the overall. So we do have top players for the map and as well as the rest of the overall rather. And so speaking of overall, this is the ranking. Sem9 is still at number 1 and Todak Esports coming in second with only a 3 point gap.
Yup, there you have it. Once again, our overall ranking. Here we have Sem9 still currently holding with the first place, and Alter Ego now moving to the third spot. Todak, on the other hand, would be taking their second place right here, and the rest goes on and on for Arena Esports currently with 15 points and Boom with 14.
Yeah, and it's crazy, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the comment section wondering about Big Jordan Esports. Guys, there's still 10 maps to go in this tournament, and in fact, there will be 4 maps for tonight. So there's a lot of chances for all of these teams to catch up on the points. And yeah, that was our second map for tonight. That was actually Erangel, and we'll be moving on to map number 3, another Erangel map. But before that happens, of course, once again, this is PUBG Mobile's Invitational Summer, a Sudden Battle Summer Edition. And we're going to be going on to a break before our next game. So for those of you tuning in, thank you so much. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes, so stay tuned.
What is up, everyone? We are now back into the game. Welcome, of course, we are shoutcasters for tonight. I'm Moik, and with me is Annie. And of course, we're gonna be heading on to the second Erangel game later on. And yep, currently the third game for tonight.
Yeah, this is gonna be second angle, as you said, and there's gonna be three angles. So this is like the middle angle map. So the first one, they kind of tested the waters, see how everyone acts in Erangel. They see the drop off points, and just talking about the flight path just a while ago, it didn't really give a lot of teams chances to drop off towards the northeastern side of the map. So let's see if anything will change in this match number 3. And of course, yeah, we're seeing today's matches. Sanhok was our first map, and coming in second is match number 2 with the victory of Todak Esports. And the question is now, whose logo will be in match number 3 Erangel for tonight. And so that's something that's gonna be really exciting to see. And I'm actually looking at the stream a while ago. There were at least a 2K viewers. So thank you so much for tuning in to the stream and supporting PUBG M's Invitational Student Battle for Summer Edition. And I'm really loving the excitement, the energy of the Southeast Asian community for PUBG M. So, crossing my fingers, there's a lot of tournaments coming in for Southeast Asia. So, let's just hope that happens. But right now, yeah, we're talking about a lot of the teams that are participating in this. And I know that a lot of people are commenting about Bigatron Esports. I'm also, wondering if anything will change in map number 3. So let's just see what's gonna happen later on.
Yep, definitely. We're going to be heading on to the game, and especially it's going to be the second chance of Erangel. So definitely these players have it, especially with getting to know and as well as gathering a lot of points. Lodak is kind of looking good with the rest of the games later on that we will be witnessing. But yep, Toda currently holding, of course, with the second place, and currently Alter Ego holding the third place, and still Sem9 currently with the first place.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still map number 2, so a lot of those placements will really change, especially in the coming maps. And we're not really seeing anyone solidifying their place in top number 1 just yet. So, it's something that we'll be looking forward to later on. But for now, it's something that we don't know yet. We don't know what's gonna happen in the future. So, just taking a look at this flight path it's coming in from Sosnovka Military Base, going up to Giorgio Pool. So it's a little bit similar to the previous flight path. It's not giving a lot of chances towards the teams that have their drop off points towards the northeastern side of the map. So we're just seeing a repeat from the previous game. It's gonna be Giorgio Pool, Hospital, Pochinki, potentially school, and of course Sosnovka Military Base. And Primorsk, the pier is gonna be accessible as well. And Milton, the farm, they're a little bit accessible as well. So with that, everyone's dropping in. We have 16 teams in the game, 63 players in the bag. So you know what? All that's left to do is kind of wait and see which team will be victorious. And we're already seeing MEC versus RRQ so early on in the game. This is a trade after trade, but RRQ is falling one after the other. It's a knife kill against Keem from MEC. Let's see how that fares for these two teams.
And I think it's such a poetic justice right here with MEC already falling down by the hands of RRQ, because in the previous match actually RRQ was the one being eliminated by MEC, and right here MEC are also being the one that's gonna be actually the tables have turned, and they're the ones that have been eliminated one by one. So they're just gonna be fighting this again with RQ and MEC, and whoever wins, of course, will just gain a lot of those points later on. But of course, MEC with a lot of those knife kills. But while that was happening, Boom Esports would also be joining, and I think getting those points from the side of Raw Esports.
Yeah, and that's already our first elimination for this map. MEC will be saying goodbye prematurely by the hands of RQ. But on the other hand, they did not let go of RQ Ryu that easily. RQ is down to 2 players left, and they've already lost 2 players. I didn't quite catch their names, but yeah, there's 2 players left inside of RQ, and it's not over just yet. Faceland heard all that ruckus, and they're trying to take down RQ, trying to be that third party, and unfortunately RQ just managed to get away. Force Ryu already falls to the hands of someone from FaZe Clan, and so with that, I mean, that's one elimination in the bag, and it looks like RRQ is gonna be down to one player left. Faceland, I don't think they have the resources to go ahead and give that chase, so I guess they'll be letting the last player of RRQ go. But yeah, it's not looking good for RRQ definitely. But on the other hand, in some other part of the map, we're seeing Boom Esports versus Roy Esports. Wonder how that's going on.
Current moments a while ago, Boom Esports does actually get the chance to get those points from Roy Esports, but right here, Roy with their last member and Boom still hunting that down. Then definitely it's looking good for their team. On the other hand, we have FaZe Clan right here, which I think they haven't found any enemies just now. I think they got one, so that's just one elimination. They will still be looking for more, but FaZe Clan, I think I also agree with what they're doing. Is just they're clearing the sides, the shoreline really of this map, so that they can make sure that they can proceed to the center of the map. And I think they're planning as well to just move around the map and maybe join the sir. I think maybe join at a different angle. I think that's what their plan is. But yep, currently a FaZe Clan I think stuck on the tree, but definitely Bigatron on the other hand would be looking for more kills later on. And I think the rest of the teams are just doing the same thing. And especially it's the second chance for these teams to play at Erangel, then definitely we could see a lot of that action later on.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that action will coming in. Well, Boom Esports, and they have Oroy as well at a distance. There's someone on the roof. Zero is gonna be storming in. Ka is probably gonna be in a little bit of trouble because Boom Esports, they have the numbers advantage coming in. Ka finally loses their lives to someone from Boom Esports from a distance of all places. But yeah, Roy will be saying goodbye for now by the hands of Boom Esports, and Boom Esports, they walk away with four eliminations. And so we're down to 14 teams. MEC and Roy, they're already eliminated off, but still, there's still 52 players still standing, so there's a lot of action to be had later on.
Currently, Sem9 a little bit passive for now, especially that they don't find enemies just yet. They're also currently at zero elimination points. Same goes with Todak, but the rest of the teams, I mean, Alter Ego is also doing the same thing. So being the three current top holders for this tournament, then it's something to. I think they're just really looking for just opportunities. They're not really out there risking their lives to look for kills. I think any player that would get in their way, then definitely they can get those kills. But yeah, for now, nothing really major is happening. Especially we're still quite early into the game, 6 minutes, and nothing is still happening.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for something to happen. And well, everyone's kind of just lounging about. Of course, stage one circle, and that's 2 minutes and of a couple more seconds before that circle is gonna close in. So everyone's just gonna be going ahead and gathering all of those resources. But taking a look at the rankings right now, of course, Sem9 is still holding on to that rank number one, and Toda coming in second is really good, or are pretty good on their side as well. But there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of these teams to go ahead and climb up the rankings and try to catch up to top teams. But yeah, looking at the other teams, Boom and EA, they're doing quite well as well. And since there's still a lot of maps to have in this tournament, there's a lot of opportunities to turn ties around. But all the while, it looks like Boom will be going against BTR. Boom having some knocks on their side. There's actually a lot of things happening over here. Bigatron Academy with XSP at the distance. For now, it's gonna be still Bugs that will be losing their lives on their side, but the XSP, they only came in with 3 players on their side for this lobby, and so let's see if this numbers disadvantage is gonna hinder them from getting the elimination points that they need.
Mm-hmm. Probably if they get actually spotted by different teams, then definitely they could face a lot of those casualties. But for now, again, currently there is no motion, there is no movement on this match. And while these teams are currently just moving around the map, they're not quite looting already. So that's kind of good. They're actually just looking for targets. But you know what? these teams are also pretty much spread out. Especially, we can't blame them. Especially, they're still at stage number one, so there is no damage even from the play zone. Only a little bit, really. But yeah, currently they are really just grouped up, and we could be looking at them later on engaged into some fight. We never know really at this point, guys.
Yeah, but still, I'm hoping that the fight will be happening really, really soon. Because we're still once again we're still 8 minutes into the game, but everyone's hoping for a little bit of action in this game. And right now we're only down to 14 teams, so there's only two teams that got eliminated off, and MEZ got eliminated off so early on. It was an early game engagement. So right now, crossing my fingers, something's interesting is gonna happen. That circle is gonna close in. We're gonna be moving on to station number two in a couple of seconds. So with that, that circle is closing in to around the eastern side of Erangel. So we have Pochinki, we have school. There's a lot of people congregating towards that area in between school, Pochinki, and farm. And so crossing my fingers that something happens within that area. But yeah, that stage number two circle is gonna close in. Pochinki's gonna be a little bit in the outskirts for that, but all the while we're seeing Glue Squad Esports with Bigatron Academy at the distance. So let's see if something's gonna happen. Deku is getting shot at by Stickley, gets knocked down by their hands. Will that be an elimination? That's a question. But on the other hand, looks like Deku really did kick the dust. And Hans as well, that's two down on the side of Bigatron Academy.
Bigatron Academy suffering their casualties for now, but will have no choice but to move later on with two members remaining. They could still be the cleanup crew that will be happening later on. But yeah, gathering a lot of those points, really placement points, could give them the chance. But while that was happening, it does look like Hasby would be shooting down another member from Bigatron. And I think that kill, actually, that's already been confirmed. And yep, while that was happening, 7-9 on the other hand would also find one. Glue Squad still on the hunt for more enemies to find and more enemies to hunt down, but one of them would also be going down.
Yeah, and it's another down on the side of BTR, but that are actually eliminated off, but it's not over just yet. Vampire Esports versus 7-9. Vampire Esports with the high ground gets a free run, very low on health, but that's not an elimination yet. So Tony K will be having to change position. They'll have to get a better angle at this rate. I mean, Vampire Esports, they did quite well. They had a lot of bullets connecting, but it's not going to be enough damage to take down 7-9. So with that, looks like they won't be getting out of this area just yet. They're trying to maintain, rather, that high ground. But on the other hand, we're looking at Todak. They have one player lost on their side. They have three players left, but they probably heard all that ruckus. And on the other hand, there's AE at a distance. Let's see what Nine's gonna do at this point.
Currently, with Todak still with 3 points. I mean, definitely for now, 11 minutes into the game, there will not be any major thing happening once again. It's just gonna be a lot of traveling, a lot of exploring, while if they do run against an enemy, then they can actually go for the kill. But definitely for Todak and the rest of the team still just makes it out alive. Vampire Esports, on the other hand, we have their location, and this is their chance to climb back to the ladder. They have a lot of catching up to do now since they have disconnected, I think, from last game. So they really have to do a lot right here in order for them to win. And especially they're currently at the high ground, so it's pretty much hard for them to be hit. So again, it just really adds more chance for Vampire Esports to win this match later on. But yep, while that was happening, we'll be heading on to 12 minutes into the game in just a few moments. And yeah, currently nothing will be happening just now, and I think we'll just be waiting on that.
Yeah, I'm hoping something will happen. However, we're looking at NWE. This is a new era. They're just camping out here, but there's someone at the distance. There's another squad at the distance, so they'll have to tread really carefully if they don't want to be taken down. But it looks like Alter Ego Ares. They want those kills. Krypton's on the roof trying to see if they can find any stray movement at the distance. They won't be finding that just yet. On the other hand, Alter Ego Ares, Alva, scoping at the place. Sees a vehicle, tries to get those down as well, but on the other hand, basically it's a little bit quiet, but there's some movements at a distance. Krypton not getting the damage that they need. Definitely, they're not getting those eliminations. But on the other hand, it's still important to go ahead and get those vehicles unusable. I mean, basically, there's a lot of teams out in the open. We're seeing that in the mini map new era. They're camping out in this particular house, in this particular compound. Let's see how that works out for them. But on the other hand, basically, everyone's just kind of waiting for it. And we're still in the stage through the circle, 13 minutes into the game. So we're still midway into the game, so we're not gonna be expecting a lot of things to happen just yet.
Yeah, definitely. We can't expect a lot of those things to happen. And right here, we do have some information on where the teams usually land, but it doesn't really matter at this point of the game, especially that most of them have already went out of their way to look for other locations and to look for targets for them to have those points. FaZe, on the other hand, would be finding one kill and would be confirming that one. But yep, currently a new era, of course, will be on their way to help their teammates up. And yeah, well, that was happening again. Nothing major is really happening. We could probably see that action later on at 20 minutes. But for now, we're gonna be heading on to the game with Boom Esports also losing one member, waiting for that revive.
Yeah, and I mean, Boom Esports is down to 3 players. And they're out in the open, so they're definitely giving their location away. But on the other hand, Claw versus a FaZe. Looks like Claw has a bunch of damage against them. But Vampire Esports, it looks like they're catching up. They got Kenny down. Claw still at it with FaZe. This is not the 1 versus 1. FaZe is definitely outnumbered at this point. Canary very low on health, but still manages to claw around with their lives on the line. But on the other hand, RRQ finally loses their place in this not in this tournament, in this map, because RQ has been walking around with only 1 player. That's actually quite amazing. And they finally meet their demise. But on the other hand, there's still quite a lot of things happening. Alter Ego Ares spots another squad nearby. I mean, that circle's closing in quite a bit, so it's still 12 teams. There's a lot of things that will happen later on. But right now, Claw Esports, there's 1 player that needs that revive. Still 3 standing. They already have 3 eliminations. So they're doing quite well. Let's see if they'll get their 4th elimination at this rate.
Still trying to fight back. The guns blazing, of course, connecting those shots. They will not find an elimination just yet. But Claw Esports, on the other hand, of already suffering a little bit of the damage before healing themselves up. 7-9, on the other hand, will be looking for more targets, especially that they don't really have eliminations for now. On the other hand, Todak with 2 and Alter Ego with 2, they are trying to catch up to 7-9 right here. And Boom Esports following as well with 5 eliminations for their team. And again, these teams with a lot of potential could be holding could have a chance to surpass 7-9. However, while that was happening, Vampire Esports would be losing one member and would be needing that revived. I think another one is down from Vampire Esports, so we have to really heal themselves up before they can have a chance to fight later on and gather as much points as they can, because they're currently holding the number 12 place for this map.
Yeah, I'm crossing our fingers that Vampire Esports will catch up. But yeah, they'll have a long way to go, especially with 7-9 already having 26 points in this tournament. But still, there's still day number 2 tomorrow, and there's gonna be 3 more maps after this. But on the other hand, this is gonna be interesting. New era. They spot a squad nearby. But this is gonna be an open field, so it's a little bit of a nail biter. On the other hand, VPE, they get 1 down on the side of EA. And there's Tony K getting knocked down from their side as well. But still, they have the opportunity to go ahead and get that revive in the bag. But on the other hand, Vampire Esports, they're still out in the open, so a little bit nervous at that. But let's see if they get the eliminations that they need, especially since Tony K just got eliminated off.
Still, while that was happening, Vampire would be finding one. That's gonna be Morman from E Arena Esports, and Vampire still trying to fight back, moving away from these fights as well. And they're just really choosing their fights right here because they could be eliminated just any moment. Boom Esports, on the other hand, would find one that's gonna be from the side of Glue Squad Esports, and yeah, E Arena still trying to find another of those points. But while they're looking for more, I think they are kind of um just having it a lot difficult now with E Arena finding one from the side of Vampire Esports to be followed by FaZe Clan also getting one, Glue Squad also falling down, and Vampire Esports would be losing another member, and it's just gonna be up to their last member to try to fight this one out.
Yeah, I mean, over here, Vampire Esports definitely have to fight their way here because Newsy is not in a good place right now. They're out in the open and they are the last person standing, and Alva knows that they're there. And on the other hand, I'm a bit nervous for Dodak Esports as well. I mean, they're all alone. I believe there's only one player on their side. I didn't quite catch that. But on the other hand, looking at Alter Ego Aries as well, doing quite well. They already have 3 eliminations. E Arena right here too. They already lost Mormon just a while ago. We witnessed that on stream, and of course Sem9 lurking about at the distance, still out in the open. There's actually a lot of players out in the open. And we're looking at the placement of that circle as well. That's definitely gonna be it's definitely gonna be something that we're gonna be, setting the tempo for the rest of this map because it's gonna close in. A lot of these players, we're looking at that 300-meter distance from the next circle. It's definitely gonna be something that they'll need to worry about since this is already stage 4 and they need all the resources that they need. And speaking of worrying, Newsy, they have their bike. They'll have to move about and they're all alone right now. Their squad is already fallen. But on the other hand, we're looking at Blue Squad. 2 players left, but they already have 2 eliminations. They're trying to gatekeep this circle. It's a really good position to be in. On the other hand, E Arena will be trying to get in as well, and Alter Ego Esports in a very good position to gatekeep that, and Krypton gets that elimination with the complete wipeout of EA.
EA being wiped out right here leaves us with the last 10 teams. Currently, Sem9 also starting to move. Alter Ego also with a 6 point to their team. Todak with 3 points and 6 points from Boom Esports. And yeah, Newsy still will be able to find one before he falls down. And yeah, Claw Esports on the other hand will also be suffering those, especially that some of their members are already down. As Sem9 on the other hand would be eliminated, and being that again, it's just gonna be a very painful fight here for Sem9 with only 2 points for their team. Alter Ego and Todak could be looking for a possible switch of positions now that Alter Ego and Todak are currently alive with a lot of elimination points, plus the placement points that they would be having later on if they make it up to the finalist for this match. Then definitely they can catch up to Sem9. But yeah, currently holding as well would be Glue with 3 points for this match. They have a lot of catching up to do. But yep, definitely the rest of these teams are also trying their best to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, if I were them, I'd try my best. But on the other hand, seeing Boomy Sports actually got eliminated with 7 eliminations. I mean, that's pretty decent. And they managed to shoot up all the way to 4th place. But it's still quite early on in the tournament. Crossing our fingers, especially for the fans of Boom right there. I'm crossing my fingers to rack up some more points. But on the other hand, Exosphere Esports, 3 players only on their roster in this lobby. It's not gonna stop them from trying to get those eliminations. Choco in a very bad position gets knocked down by Moana from AE, but on the other hand, Alter Ego Aries not over just yet. They're getting Exosphere one after the other. That's players now, that's 3. Exosphere gets eliminated off by the hands of Alter Ego. But of course, not over just yet. Chodak inside of this building with AD outside, trying to storm the place, trying to get those kills in the bag. And so 1 versus 1, Todak 9. Trying to see if they can manage to get some kills. Scam as well, very low on health, will be knocked down by that circle really, really soon. And with that, he's not looking good. Ashram Diaz is trying to get as much kills as possible before that circle goes ahead and eats them up. But with that, I mean, it's quite a mess up in the north of wherever all these squads are, because that's Blue, that's AD, that's Todak, and right now they're trying to heal up, but one more bad move or one more good grenade, someone's gonna get eliminated. AD Peter actually gets eliminated by the hands of 9, and that's actually a whole elimination to the hands of Todak.
And yep, another elimination right here for Todak. Now moving with two members against Glue with two, Claw with three members, and Alter Ego Esports with also three members. And currently they have the high ground advantage, so they could really swipe them up unless they get spotted. Right now they're just throwing these throwables once again, and you know what? They're just really looking for a lot of these targets to clean them up, especially with 9 points to their team. They could be looking for a possible winner chicken dinner, especially with how they're currently positioned right now against these teams that are quite spread out. But yep, Krypton would find one, and while they're just trying to go up this hill, Alter Ego would be there to stop them. Todak also trying to possibly get inside quietly, but they're really just being spotted. One member from Alter Ego also went down to actually clean those up that are staying just below them, and it's just amazing teamwork from these teams. Claw on the other hand would be going down, Blue would be taking their lives. And right here, another grenade to be thrown at the smoke grenades following up to cover their tracks. And yep, there we have it.
Yeah, there we have it, definitely. I mean, this is gonna be an open field, so this is gonna be interesting. Claw within the smokes, Glue at the distance as well. This is a 2 versus 2 for these two teams. And so with that, I mean, Alter Ego right now has the numbers advantage. They have three players, while the rest, Claw, Todak, and Glue, they all have two players each. So it's 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 3. This is gonna be interesting. Glue versus Claw first. AE is kind of waiting at that, trying to see if they can get, a good opening, try to steal some kills. And Todak, definitely. They still have 9. And Krill on their side. Rill, rather, on their side. So let's see how that plays out. Alter Ego, they're not making any moves yet. Actually, Krypton falls by the hands of Todak. Claw gets a 1 against Glue, but I think there's an opportunity here to get that revive. But on the other hand, Krypton will definitely be saying goodbye. So that's an equalization of the battlefield. That's 2 players each team. Glue and Claw definitely have 2 knockdown players. Krill gets knocked down as well. And so with that, let's see what happens. Let's see how this plays out.
Actually, one member from Todak would go down, and that would be the elimination for Todak. Now up to Alter Ego, 2 members, Blue with 2 members, and Claw with 2. But now, actually going down with the last 2 teams right here, Alter Ego versus Glue. Once again, just fighting this one with their guns.
Yeah, with the guns, definitely. And let me just say, Alpha is very, very consistent in their playstyle. I mean, this guy has been popping off since the first 2 maps, and right now, yes, 6 eliminations. Coming into 11 eliminations of total for Alter Ego Ares. So that's doing really well. Alpha's currently hiding behind that tree, trying to see if they can get some kills against Blue Esports. While on the other hand, we're seeing Blue Esports on the left side of our screen of the split, trying to see if they can get that revive, and they definitely have that opportunity. But with that, Moano, I don't think they have the opportunity to get revive. But on the other hand, Blue Squad Esports manages to get that win. Congratulations to our match number 3. Winner, chicken dinner winners. That is Glue Squad Esports against, I believe the last other team was Alter Ego. So they did quite a good well. But right now it is Glublugs, time to shine. And Glue, basta is Glue, the one, the winner, chicken dinner. And so with that, congratulations once again.
Yes, congratulations, of course, to Blue Blue Squad Esports right here. And there we have it, box with, of course, the damage 150 to be followed by 64 damage from Stickley. And we have also Hasbik with 700 damage and 725 damage from KF. Now, also very amazing right here for Hasbik with 6 eliminations and KF with 2 eliminations for their team. And it's just, again, a very interesting game right here for Global Esports. Now that they have managed to win this winner chicken dinner, they could actually climb up the leaderboard later on. We would be would be witnessing on the teams that would be taking the top spots currently. But yep, while that was happening, here we have our team stats right here for our winners. We also have the head-to-head against Alter Ego Ares with eliminations. It's gonna be 11-8 in favor of Alter Ego, and placement points with a 6 to 10, still in favor of the Global Squad Esports, and the total points of Alter Ego with a 17 and 18 from Global. And comparing these teams, it just really shows that the Global Esports also got a lot of those points, but Alter Ego are also slowly catching up. So we have seen Alter Ego do this on match number one. So they all of these teams they have to be pretty much aware of the style of the play style of Alter Ego, because if they are not if they ignore this, then definitely they could catch up to their league to the number one spot.
Yeah, Alter Egos has the consistency on their side, despite not. I don't think they have a chicken dinner yet, but they're racking up so much points. In fact, they're only 1 point away from catching up to Club Lug, so that's actually quite amazing. And of course, we're looking at the match summary for our third match for tonight, and of course, that's a lot of eliminations. That's a lot. That's 60 in fact, 60 eliminations, 60 knockouts. 4K total healings, 5 grenade eliminations, 39 assists, and 2 vehicle eliminations. And with that, we have the game's MVP, that is Glues Hasbik, with 6 eliminations, 706 damage, 5 knockouts, 9 throws used, and 0 assists. So, yeah, I mean, it's no wonder that Tublug managed to get that winner with the chicken dinner. I mean, they have their MVP with 6 whole eliminations from just one player, and that's actually a lot of damage as well. We have 700, in fact. And of course, these are our top 4 players. Coming in second, you'll never not see Alva in there with 6 eliminations and 892 damage. Coming in third is Moano with 3 eliminations and 549 damage. Coming fourth is 9 with 3 eliminations and 536 damage. So, once again, your top 4 players for this map, and this is the top 3 players overall. That is number 1, still Alva with 14 whole eliminations for this tournament so far. Coming in second is Jan Foss with 8, and number 3 is 9 with 8 eliminations.
Yep, there we have it once again. Of course, our top three players, and now we'll be heading, of course, later on for the overall rankings that will be happening. But definitely, again, I want to bring it up the these teams, especially with Toda currently holding the second spot. Alter Ego. Now, this is what I've been talking about. Alter Ego Aries have already took their number one spot because their style. We have seen Alter Ego Aries being compared to the winners of match number one and match number three, and just by comparing with those points, the the point gap is just really near with Alter Ego Aries. And now that the players weren't really aware of their style, then they weren't aware that Alter Ego was just wasn't able to take the number one spot. But yep, of course, we still have a lot of those games later on, and definitely we'll be seeing you later. But of course, we are your shoutcasters for tonight. We'll be heading on to a few of those matches later on. But of course, we will just see you in a short break. What is up, everyone? We are now back into it. Of course, your shoutcasters once again. I'm Mike. One with me is Annie, and of course, before we head on to the games later on, we'll be I think seeing the rankings, the overall rankings for these players before we head on to the matches. Now, Annie, of course, what do you think about the teams? And currently, since I've given you my input a while ago, what do you think on these teams and their strategies as we move along?
Well, I'm just gonna be saying, I think after these three maps, I'm betting on Alter Ego Aries. It's just that they're so consistent in their playstyle. And although they don't get that number one spot, they rack up so many points that it actually compares. It actually has just a few points away from the winner chicken dinner player. So I'm really excited to see how they'll play off in the rest of these maps. But once again, it's only been three maps. This is going to be our fourth map. That will be our last Erangel map for today. And so with that, we're going to be starting real soon. But Mike, I'm curious to hear after all that, what do you think is going to happen in map number 4?
I mean, definitely. I've said that a while ago. Alter Ego, I do agree with you. These teams, other teams, are actually giving it their all to actually get those points and to rank up, especially during this day number one, this first day, and then yeah, just prepare for the Judgment Day that will be happening tomorrow. But Alter Ego Aries, I do love their strategy. They're very consistent, as what you said, and though they don't really get that winner chicken dinner, they've already being compared. They're already being compared to these winners and the points, and you can just watch at those points. So the gaps are just really little. And as soon as Sem9 actually lost in the middle of the match with no points to back that up, they were just stagnant in the current rankings. And Alter Ego Aries, on the other hand, they are again very consistent, and I think it's the reason why they got their first place currently.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you right there. There's no reason why AE wouldn't be in that top one spot. But of course, right now we're looking at the present Roy Esports and Boom Esports within the vicinity. But unfortunately, none of them are making a move. Once again, they don't have the best of guns just yet. It's still 2 minutes into the game. So they're doing a lot of looting and crossing their fingers that their guns are going to be better than the other team. And so with that, actually, Boom Octa already has one elimination in the bag. Let's see if that will be a 2. I mean, we're not seeing any bullets yet. We're not seeing any crossfires. So we're going to be waiting to see if someone from Boom or from Roy is going to make the first move at this point.
And yep, currently nothing will be happening for now. 62 teams are pretty much alive, and yeah, I mean, definitely, I can't really say a lot of this stuff, especially that it has just begun and they're currently in their looting phase. And though while we are watching these players just chilling right in their houses, we also have I also have to acknowledge their style, especially I think this is the last chance for these teams to play Erangel for tonight. And you know what? For alter ego areas, they usually again drop at Lipovka Mansion, prison. So those chances, I mean, if they are at those areas right now, then they have the bigger chances to win. Maybe a winner chicken dinner, or if not, again, there's pretty much consistent. So if they could bring up that up for game number 4, then we are looking at a very positive conclusion for tonight's matches. We also have for Sem9, which usually they land at Fairy Pair, but I do think they're not at Fairy Pair right now. So I don't know. Again, for me, these teams that have common spots to land, they have the best chances if they land at that game. For now, Roy Esports, on the other hand, one member would go down, and I think they're being confirmed, or I think another one is going down. But yeah, I think yeah, we're still gonna be waiting on those updates.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens because right now we're still looking at teams, but it looks like Roy will be making their move. Jukai gets one from the side of Boom Esports, but it's not a total elimination just yet. Yumi Johan needs that revive, and of course they're comfortable enough to kind of go ahead and go to the rescue. But let's see if they can actually get that heal up. I mean, Roy, they're doing a little, quite well. They're still holding their ground. They're still within this house, or within the house that they've managed to camp themselves in. So let's see what's gonna happen. Now Yummy still needs that revive, but Octa is up to the rescue. So we're gonna be seeing a full squad of Boom Esports once again. But on the other hand, Roy, they already lost one player. So you know what? I don't know if this numbers disadvantage is gonna be well, a disadvantage for them. So let's just see what happens because Boom Esports, they're definitely not letting up. They're not letting Roy get away with this.
Currently, still 5 minutes into the game. Can't really see a lot of that action to be happening later on. We're still quite early, and again, on these teams have just some of them actually have just went out of their areas to look for more loot. But yep, currently we're not gonna be seeing a lot of that action happening in just a few moments. Bigatron Academy, we do see a lot of those viewers supporting Bigatron Academy, and with that, you know what, they actually need that. And maybe who knows? Maybe in the last three matches for tonight, we could see some progress for their team. With Boom Esports, however, one member would be going down, and with that, we could possibly be seeing a little bit of difficulty for Boom Esports to win this fight if they get spotted one by one once again. And yeah, while right here, still we're waiting on what's gonna happen. Nothing will happen. And I think with Raw Esports, on the other hand, they do find one, and we're just waiting on these confirmation kills.
Yeah, waiting and waiting and waiting because right now, I mean, there was just one elimination after all that, and Roy Esports are down to two players. And RQ also, they're actually, I mean, there's one down on their side, MEC at the distance. Let's see if anything else will happen. Oh, out in the open field, Lapa tries to get some bullets in, but it's not gonna be a knock just yet. I think they have an opportunity to go ahead and heal up there, but Octa definitely got knocked down by Jukai from the side of I didn't quite catch that, but yeah, RQ, we're looking at RQ right now. Boom as well. Jukai gets one more elimination on their side. And that just leaves Boom with two. This is gonna be one versus two. Porn bit inside of this house. Roy looking at the distance. Peeks in. Gets one. Will Boom Esports get this in the bag? I mean, I love this positioning, but this is gonna be Hukai will be losing their lives, and this is just gonna be one person left. And Boom Esports, they're inside of this house, coming in very low on health, and that's a whole elimination. Roy Esports falls by the hands of Boom Esports.
Roy being down already, but while that was happening, we do see a lot of those fight coming in. MEC also losing one member, and right here they have three members remaining, so they have to maybe try to fight this one against RRQ. And wait, is it? Oh my god, I think MEC and RRQ are just rivals at this point because for the third time they've just faced each other once again, and RRQ already losing one also heavily injured, and MEC also still making this one out alive as they try to fight this one back. Still, the last member from MEC could be suffering a huge casualty, especially that he's just gonna be the last member. RRQ, on the other hand, just hunting them down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're seeing MEC and RQ always, but yeah, whether or not this is gonna end well for both of these squads, we're gonna be finding out real soon. But RQ still a full squad. That's four players still standing. MEC at the distance. Let's see if something's gonna happen because RQ definitely has the numbers advantage. Sprays in. They're storming the building. MEC. And with that, Keem falls, and that's actually the last player on MEC, and that's a full squad elimination. But on the other hand, it looks like Blue manages to find Boom, and let's see how that plays out. But all the while, we're seeing Vampire Esports coming into the fray, and there's EA at the distance. Let's see if something happens in this situation.
And yeah, currently 14 teams. While we're gonna be heading on to 9 minutes into the game, and yup, stage number one almost complete as well. So definitely, I mean, these teams we can't really see a lot of that action coming in. Boom, however, would be left with one member remaining. The rest of these teams are pretty much alive. Exosphere, however, would be losing one member, and yeah, I mean that's just it. Currently, everyone is just present and active, and Boom Esports, on the other hand, would be trying to at least get the placement points later on for them to catch up, especially that they're currently holding number five. Alter Ego, on the other hand, still no kills for now, but I think they will be hunting them later on.
Yeah, and I hope that happens really soon because everyone's just crossing their fingers that their favorite's gonna win. But Boomy Sports Bonbit's the last person standing, but still they have four eliminations in their side. All the while, they're not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop them from trying to lurk about, trying to see if they can get a kill against a glue. But gonna happen. I think Blue has information that there's someone out there. Just passed by them actually. They passed by Bonbit. Ah, Bonbit does not get away, and that's a whole elimination for Boom Esports by the hands of Glue Squad Esports.
There we have it. A point once again, and for now, Glublug with 2 points. You know what? They actually move. They actually have some progress with Global Esports since they're gonna be moving away from this area with 2 points already. Just as early as 10 minutes into the game, they could be looking for more, but we would be saying goodbye with the 4 points. RRQ currently having 4 points as well, while MEC are just eliminated. And I really love to see the rivalry of MEC and RRQ, which hopefully we could see them in the next two games. We also have again looking at these top players, top squads. Alter Ego, we have the Todak, we have the Globlog. Currently, they don't really have a lot of those points except for Globlog with 2 points, which of course that would increase later on. So I'm again excited as well and curious on how Alter Ego Esports would find their points later on, or maybe they could get eliminated in the fight that will be happening later on.
Yeah, and really crossing my fingers that Alter Ego Ares will be showing us a really good performance in this map number four. First, you know what? They've been pretty consistent, so I have a lot of faith with them, but that's something that we'll be finding out really soon. But on the other hand, we have another really good team to look forward to. This is SM9. I mean, these are the guys that won our first winner chicken dinner. So let's see how they'll fare against Claw Esports. It's kind of lurking about just outside of their compound. So with that, Firen is at a distance. There's four players from Claw Esports coming in. Sem9, Trexie gets one down from the side of Claw. Let's see if they'll get another. That was just a knock. Sem9 still full on squad. They still have all four players standing in their roster. And Firen, they're definitely biding their time. Claw Esports taking position. That goes the same with Sem9 as well. And after that first knock, there's not much happening yet. I believe Claw Esports even has the opportunity to go ahead and get that revive, but let's see what's gonna happen now between these two squads. I mean, Sem9, zero eliminations. Let's see if that's gonna change real soon.
Yep. Here we have it once again. 13 teams still up and running, and they're pretty much healthy at this point. The Arena only losing one member, but despite all that, they currently have 0 points as well. So they really just have to maybe find a target later on, and if they do find those, then definitely they could gain some confidence. To be able to win those matches that will be happening in the later stage of the game. And usually when you're a PUBG player, of course, you will know that at these minutes in the game, 13 minutes until maybe 20, then you can't really expect a lot of engagements to happen unless these teams do cross each other's path, which is I think what's happening right here. If they just step a few more, maybe they could spot them and maybe they could take them down.
Yeah, hoping that they're gonna be spotting. I mean, they need these eliminations. They need to climb up the ranks to um compare against a lot of these top teams. We're seeing AEs already climbing their way up to rank number one. They already have 39 points in. So with that, we're taking a look at FaZe Clan and BTR as well. Let's see if something will happen at this point because the FaZe Clan looks like they're not gonna be going out of their comfort corner just yet. But because Run Academy, they're out in the open and I mean, that's a double-edged sword. On the other hand, they have a lot of room to move about, but on the other hand, FaZe has the shield from their building. So, looks like Bigatron Academy will be trying to go ahead, reposition probably. They have their vehicles, and they have their information as well. Doesn't look like they'll be storming in just yet. So, it's back to our waiting game, is back to watching the rest of these teams. But it looks like actually Zygote was getting shot at probably. Let's see if something will, someone's gonna pop up in the kill feed real quick.
I think nothing will be happening once again. I mean, we do see a lot of those bullet transfers, but as long as these teams will not go and risk into actually going into contact with them, then nothing really major would be happening. Nothing that really sets the motion for the later stages of the game. I think nothing will happen for now. And as we head on to 15 minutes into the game, then still we cannot really expect a lot of these players to fight against each other, and we do see a lot of those drops as well, but no teams are really going unless, I mean, aside from Alter Ego Esports, who I think one member already went to that area. And yeah, I mean, currently watching the circle as well, half of the teams are currently outside, so they're just chasing them once again. And while it was happening, we do see a lot of those cars, a lot of those buggies, being able to actually go to different locations. And hopefully, we will be seeing a lot of these teams fighting against each other. We do hear a lot of those bullets already coming in, but yep, I think that's just gonna be it.
Yeah, crossing my fingers that something interesting is gonna happen, especially with AD and with Claw circling around them like vultures, at this point. And so with that, Astrum Diaz, they still have zero elimination. So what they can do best right now is take the risk and go ahead and take these fights against Claw Esports. I mean, Claw Esports, they're roaming about with their vehicles. It's gonna be a little bit hard to catch on to them, especially without a really good position to come in. But it looks like Claw Esports will be getting control of this compound, of this house. They have another team in their crosshairs. It's probably I don't quite know which team that is, but hopefully, crossing my fingers, something's gonna happen. I mean, AD at the south of them, BTR at the eastern side. Looks like Claw Esports trying to shoot at Bigatron Academy right now. So let's see if something's gonna be fruitful from that. But on the other hand, it's nothing quite popping up in the kill feed. Sem9 joins the fray as well. They're outside. They're just outside of that next circle. It's not gonna be much pressure. They still have a few seconds before that stage 3 circle is gonna close in. But they definitely have plans on gatekeeping this part of the circle. So I'm up for it. I'm definitely looking forward.
And yep, while that was happening, some nine still trying to find those kills. I think they're gonna be going aggressively from this point forward, since they have lost their number one spot and they actually moved down to fourth place. So they have a lot of catching up to do. But right here, a lot of those guns being sprayed out. Trexie will not be able to find a kill just yet. And yeah, I think he will be trying to reposition as well. But the rest of 7-9 are also trying to fight against Alter Ego Esports. They do find shots in, but they don't find those executions and those confirmations, so they can't really stop. And it is actually kind of game changing right here for Sem9 if they're able to take down Alter Ego, the current number one spot holder. RQ, on the other hand, would find a kill down, and I think they would find more. And yep, just waiting to confirm these kills once again. 13 teams currently remain. I think that was Alter Ego. They find one elimination, and Rosemary looking for more, just getting those shots in, but no elimination would follow up.
Yeah, and I'm really excited here. We see Sem9 and Alter Ego Aries. Some of these top teams so far in this tournament. So this is gonna be really exciting to watch. We're looking at Alva out in the open, of course, and they have Sem9 on the crosshairs inside of this tower. Dap is already down on the side of Sem9. Fearin throws a grenade, takes Krypton down with them. Moana, on the other hand, is still trying to circle around this tower. One down, taken in by the circle, and actually both of these teams are kind of in a pinch. They're getting pressured by that blue zone, and this is a stage 4 circle. They definitely have to keep a move on, especially if they have to worry about the teams that are trying to gatekeep them from going into the circle, and as well as that blue zone trying to chip on their health. But yeah, of course, with that, there's actually a whole team that just got eliminated over there. That's actually AD. AD was they had a pretty good fight, but unfortunately, we'll be saying goodbye to them for this map. But of course, we're taking a look at the rest of the teams. Sem9 is down to one player actually, which is quite unfortunate. It's just Trexie all alone right now. And on the other hand, we're seeing AE. You're still outside in that blue circle. BTR possibly could use this to their advantage, use this opportunity to go ahead and gatekeep Alter Ego Ares. And so let's see if that would be fruitful to their side, or will Alter Ego Ares manage to safely get into the stage 4 circle?
And I think right here with we're gonna be heading on to the 20 minutes, and this is what I've said a while ago. It's gonna be a lot of bloodshed later on, especially that there's still 12 teams remaining, and most of these teams actually are just pretty much alive. So there's just gonna be a lot of action that we'll be witnessing later on as we head on to the 20th minute of the game. And yeah, I mean, while that was happening as well, these teams are pretty much just prepared on what's gonna happen. They have shot, they've tried shooting, but the bullets are not yet connecting. There are no eliminations being confirmed. And yeah, I mean, currently we're still there. I mean, we're still here, guys. We're just gonna be watching, just as you watch the action live. And I think right here the vehicle just went up, but he goes down. Bigatron finds one. Bigatron Academy now trying to fight back with Alter Ego just behind them, shooting them down. Look behind you guys. RQ suffering these huge blows, and Alter Ego Ares will be claiming these points. RQ on the other hand will be saying goodbye, taking 12th place for this game.
I'm saying it's consistency for the side of Alter Ego Ares. They have 7 eliminations now. They still have 3 players standing on their team. It's looking really good on our prospects. But right now, of course, everything's not gonna stop just now. I mean, this is Claw and Bigatron Academy going against each other, and it looks like Bigatron is losing player after player towards Claw Esports. Let's see how that plays out. But on the other hand, FaZe and Glue are also within this skirmish. There's a lot of things happening in this open field. Glue on the bottom part of this elevation, and FaZe having a bit of a slight advantage in terms of having the high ground, but of course a lot of their players are on the red. All the while BTR by Vitality goes down, and that was their elimination. We're down to 10 teams, but of course the excitement doesn't stop just here. I mean, we're looking at Blue versus NWE versus FaZe as well. There's 3 whole different squads coming in trying to get as much kills as possible, and there's a lot of damage we have. KF just lost their lives, and that's 1 down on the side of Glue. But on the other hand, and New Era, NWE, 0 eliminations, 0 deaths on their squads. So let's see how this is gonna play out on their side.
Actually, look at this. Alter Ego Ares currently with the 7 points, and this is what I've been talking about. But while everything is happening as well, we do find one from New Era finding 1 kill. Blue Blood to be followed as well, but the FaZe clan would also be eliminated, going for another round of shots. Glue Squad Esports. Now New Era also trying to make a name for themselves as they're currently alive with 2 members remaining, one needing some backup. And now I think they're just throwing some smokes to cover their tracks, throwing some grenades. And actually, props to Box right here for a grenade elimination. Glue Block Squad Esports also, I think, trying to eliminate New Era right here.
Yeah, and we're already up to almost 23 minutes into this game. It's gonna be really exciting. Glue's down to their last player, and actually, just as I said, that NWE wipes them out, and that's one more team to kick the dust. But of course, not over just yet. Glue are current a top 2 team in this tournament. They've lost their place in this map, but it's not over for AE yet. It's not. It's just now. It's just now over for Chodak. And of course, Sem9 is still up in the running, but with only 1 player left standing. So right now, we're taking a look at how the rest of these teams are faring. We still have New Era, 2 players standing on their side. And of course, we're looking at Sem9, Claw, EA, VPE, XSP, NWA, and AE. They're still up in the running. There's still 7 teams standing. There's still 9 players left standing. Tony K trying to get those sprays in, but on the other hand, it's Sunshine. They'll be falling down first. NWE gets eliminated, and there are now 6 teams left.
6 teams remaining right here. New Era being eliminated. Alter Ego also losing one, needing some backup. 2 members remaining. Sem9 with their last member and 1 point further for this game. Arena Esports also with 3 points. And here we do look Vampire Esports taking 1 down, and they're gonna be following that up as well. But Alter Ego Ares would also be able to actually be eliminated, and I think Yep, actually, there we have it. Alter Egos be saying their goodbyes. Sub9 to follow that up as well, taking fifth place. Arena looking for more. He spots one from Vampire Esports, goes for the shots, but he goes down. Now, last member from Arena, and they're chasing him down. Terney actually
Ooh.
trying to fight back with a shotgun in hand, but at the end, Vampire, right? Vampire will
Vampire,
fight
right?
and will win that fight and will be moving on to the last three teams.
All right, it's Claw versus Vampire Esports versus EXSP. Claw Esports, they have the numbers advantage. They have all four players still standing, and they already have 7 eliminations. Their prospects are good, but will that translate to our future winner chicken dinner winners? That is the question. So XXP, they have 3 players still up and standing. VPE manages to revive their players, and now they're two players in their hand. But on the other hand, Claw Esports, Boboho trying to get those sprays in against SXP. But Boboho is getting eaten up by that blue zone as well. So let's see how that's gonna work out. They'll have to reposition at this point. Oh, someone with the same name as me. But yeah, Vampire Esports is still in the running as well. Grenades out. And Graph G, they got knocked down, and so XSP is in a little bit of trouble. They only have 2 players left. They're still healthy. They can probably get that revive in. Let's see how that works out. But on the other hand, everyone just has grenades out. Vampire Esports getting those sprays in against XSP. Right now, no full eliminations, so it's kind of a volatile moment for these 3 teams. And with their
Nope,
crosshairs out, Grayson
we have it.
doesn't get
Oh,
anything.
yep, going in for another round of sprays. Exosphere still also with their last
Oh,
member, Claw, with full members. But now Exosphere would be saying their goodbyes. Vampire Esports with their last member currently standing. That's gonna be Miaula. Just behind this red car, trying to fight back. The bullets coming in. But that would just be it. A winner chicken dinner to Claw Esports.
congratulations to Claw Esports for getting this winner chicken dinner for this last Erangel map. And that was pretty exciting. I mean, Claw Esports, they definitely managed to catch up with a lot of points in this map, and that's a good thing for them. And we're gonna be seeing those stats really soon. But yeah, this is actually Claw Slayers, our winner chicken dinner winner right now. And I love his hair, bro. I love this one player's hair. I mean, they got the red and the orange and the purple coming in, and also the blue. That's pretty cool. But yeah, these are their team stats. We have RDFCE with 6 eliminations,
Congratulations, Anne.
Pepunk with 0, and I won, bro. And with 4 eliminations, and Bobo Ho with 1, bro. I mean, that's quite amazing. They managed to catch up on the points, and that's a decent amount of damage coming in as well. And of course, head to head with Vampire, right? Vampire Esports will
Vampire,
fate to you. Will fate to you. This is 11 eliminations for the set of Claw, while 8 with a Vampire Esports. And the total points, there's actually a huge gap. That's 21 points for Claw Slayers and only 14 points for Vampire Esports. So that's a 7-point deficit for the side of Vampire Esports on this head-to-head. But still, it's a pretty decent amount of points between the top 1 and the top 2 teams for this match.
Yep, here we have it. Our match summary: 59 eliminations, 59 knockouts, 4,500 total healings, 0 vehicle eliminations, 35 assists, and 7 grenade eliminations for match number 4. And of course, this is the last chance for these teams to play in Erangel. Of course, if they would want to try again, it's just gonna be tomorrow. But here we have our MVP with RDFCE with the 6 eliminations and 5 knockouts, to followed by 584 damage and 7 grenade eliminations. I think actually 7 grenade throws that were used for this match. And here we have our top 4 players: RDFCE to be followed by Tony with 5 eliminations and 835 damage. We do have Anne. Congratulations to Anne with
Thank you.
four
Thank you.
eliminations and 458 damage. And we have Box with 4 eliminations and 656 damage.
Yes, then that was our top 4 players for this match. And of course, these are our overall rankings. Alter Ego Aries, still at the number one spot with 48 points. Coming in second is Blue with 38 points, and that's actually a 10-point difference. So we're seeing Alter Ego Aries actually putting a pretty significant gap between themselves and top number two. Coming in top number three, Todak with only 1 point away from Glublug, and Claw Slayers as well with only 1 point away from Todak. And so this is a very volatile overall ranking boards. So there's a lot of things that could change, but I really love the consistency that Alter Ego Aries is showing us. And of course, with that, that is match number four, Erangel Claw Esports getting that winner chicken dinner. And of course, we'll be moving on to our two Miramar maps later on. But before that happens, we'll be moving on to a short break. And so thank you so much for tuning in to this stream. We'll be back in a few minutes, so stay tuned. Okay, welcome back to PUBG Mobile's sudden invitational. I mean, once again, we are moving on to map number 5 of tonight. This is our first Miramar map, and of course, we're gonna be seeing the same 16 wonderful teams, and we're seeing our very first Miramar map. Once again, we are your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike's gonna be joining me really, really soon. But for now, we're gonna be looking at that flight path real quick. So, coming in from the western side, the central western side of Miramar, going a little bit south, just passing Los Leones. So a lot of the northern parts of this map are gonna be a little bit inaccessible for the first few minutes. But crossing fingers that a lot of these teams are gonna have some early game engagements because there's not a lot of room to move about for these teams. So let's just hope and see. Let's gonna see what's gonna happen because looking at the track record of these teams, actually, there's a lot of early game engagements, so we can expect that these teams, they're probably gonna have some early game engagements as well, especially since this flight path is giving
Mhm.
them a lot of choices to work around with. So with that, let's see, everyone's just dropping in. Los Leones, somewhere in Valle de Mar as well. Pecado. No one seems to be interested in El Pozo, but a little bit towards the north, there's some teams that are attempting to drop off in some pretty far off places. But just as I said, El Pozo, the first circle is gonna close in that part, and of course. There will be some early game
Wow.
engagements. Blue against Boom Octa. Boom Octa already got picked up, but XSP taking a look at that leaderboard. There's already one down, and they're only a three-man team. So Xbox has one as well. Alter Ego Ares versus NWE Crossfires, exchanging of bullets. Let's see if anything will call him out. It looks like Moano already has a one down on the side of NWE. Man! He was just camping there. There's nothing he could do. Rosemary just came in, get those shots in, and that's actually a knockdown on your Sunrise. Rosemary's very, very low on health. He's not going to stop him
Oop.
trying to get some kills in the bout. No way. Already, 4 eliminations for the side of Alter Ego Ares. They managed to pick off MWE so early on, but it's not over just yet. Boom Esports versus Glue. It looks like Boom already lost 2 players. It's only Yummy Johan and Ponbit left. And with
Mhm.
that, Glue is gonna be
Oh,
storming
there you go.
in, and Boomy Source is gonna lose a lot of health at
Yummy.
this rate. But it's gonna be up in this staircase. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Few more.
Yummy, Yummy,
Few more
yeah, gets
shots.
knocked down. No way. Boomy
It's gonna
Sports.
be.
Oh my gosh, Mike.
Oh
Oh
my
my gosh,
god.
Mike. No way.
That was
So early
really
on.
surprising.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, in a map like Miramar, it's usually a kind of a slow paced game, but here it's just these teams that have decided to just fight it out against each other, and definitely they have won that. And surprisingly as well, they have managed. I mean, for Boom Esports, very unfortunate way for them to say goodbye for game number 5, since they were actually trying to hold that one down, especially with their shotguns, and they could hold that fort down. But as soon as the enemies just went up, it was just unfortunate as they were able to take them down, and Boom Esports just suffered a huge blow, and they would be heading on to the second chance of Miramar later on. With, of course, these teams again, they all have their chances of garnering a lot of those points, but yeah, it is really a very big consequence to these teams that have been eliminated early into the game.
Yeah, I mean these is their second to the last chance in today to rack up as much points as possible. Speaking of points, there was a knockdown on the side of Roy Esports, and that would be a responsibility of Face Esports. So with that, these are 2 teams coming in 3 versus 1. Hui Kwang definitely did not stand a chance against that, and now there's only 2 players still up in the running in the side of Roy Esports. Let's see if they can manage to revive Mango. I don't know if they have the opportunity for that, but on the other hand, FaZe, they're gonna be storming in. Oh, Canary gets caught by Ka, and they get a knockdown. It looks like Ka will be the last person standing. It looks like Jukai actually got knocked down by FaZe. And so with that, Ka, all alone against FaZe. I believe there's still three players. Oh my gosh, Ka gets caught up by the rooftop. And with that, that's actually a whole elimination. Roy Esports will be saying goodbye for our first Miramar map.
There we have it. Roy Esports will be going down phase with 4 points to their team, and it's gonna be looking good if they're gonna be, manage to catch up, and definitely with the rest of these teams that are currently trying to rank themselves up. Alter Ego, it is really looking good for them with 4 points into their team. Glooblug, however, would be losing one member. That's gonna be KF, and yeah, they're gonna be left with three members remaining. RQ on the other hand, they have the higher ground advantage, so definitely they have the chance to maybe get some few kills, and especially that they're currently holding the number eighth place. And yeah, there are just gonna be a lot of these teams that are trying to catch up to Alter Ego. We also have Sub Nine who has to really catch up, especially that they previously held the number one spot before Alter Ego took them down and really just managed to climb up the ranks a while ago. But yeah, definitely we're gonna be going back into this game 6 minutes, and this is usually the part where things settle down. And as we head on to the next 10 minutes, we can't really see a lot of those action just yet, and especially with the map as big as Miramar, then definitely no damage, no casualty, maybe some, but not really major and not really game changing.
Yeah, and that's pretty much how Miramar usually goes. That's 6 minutes into the game. Let's go ahead and expect that the next 15 minutes, probably not much happening. But of course, here in Exosphere Esports, are actually nearby another squad. Whether or not something's gonna happen, that's something that we'll be finding out really soon. But Graph G just stumbled down with their vehicle. I might have seen some bullets coming in. See if Exosphere will take this engagement. They do have their crosshairs out. They're trying to see if they can get some information. There's actually gonna be a third party as well. There's another squad coming in that would be, didn't quite catch their names, but Exosphere is gonna have to face um four different squads. I believe there's a yellow team as well, Vampire Esports. They get one knock on their side, so that's a good start. But on the other hand, Exosphere Esports, they're taking that warehouse to their side. Megatron Academy, they have the high ground. They do have Trial leading that revive as well. So let's see what's gonna happen right now. Vampire Esports versus Megatron Academy. Who will win in this engagement?
Definitely 13 teams still pretty much up and running. And right here, Bigatron Academy still looking for possible targets as well. And I think they're kind of the same with RRQ. But while that was happening, we do see some kills right here with Vampire Esports. And they're gunning them down. Schweppes, on the other hand, receives the other end of those bullets as well. The smoke could be thrown out, just that I think actually cover those tracks. And yeah, healing himself up as well. But while that was happening, it does look like Vampire Esports would find another kill down. And he's just going to be fighting this one inside a buggy. Bigatron Academy looking for one. And he gets that kill down. That's gonna be from the side of MEC. And that is it, folks. We could be seeing another engagement later on. Arena on the other hand. And again, in a map like Miramar, it's usually the higher advantages that works for these people right here.
Yeah, and that's exactly that what we're seeing right now. There's a lot of players choosing to climb up these elevations, trying to get the high ground. But of course, if everyone has the high ground, no one has the high ground. Joke. But yeah, basically, right now we're seeing Arena, and that's BTR at a distance. And they're kind of just trying to withhold information against each other. And of course, BTR, they know that someone from Vampire Esports is also at another one of those elevations. So it's all in getting to see who will make the first move, who will make the first mistake. And of course there was a chance there Vampire Esports would have popped their heads off, but Bigatron didn't manage to get that kill. But of course, take a look at Alter Ego Ares already with 4 eliminations on their side. That goes the same with Blue as well. But with that, we're gonna be moving on to stage 2 of the circle, and that circle is gonna close in as well. And so this is gonna be really fun. Alter Ego Ares, there's a Face Esports out at the distance. Vampire Esports Miaula has a really good position over here. So let's see if anything's gonna happen at this point.
Mm-hmm. I really agree with you. That's one. Anything could happen, especially that we're still into the 10 minutes into the game, and you know what? We're at this point really where things settle down, things simmer down, especially with these teams. A lot of these teams currently situated at the higher grounds, and if no one could spot them, really, they could just really stay at those spots. Actually, FaZe Clan, it's gonna be 2 and 3. He has spotted one and he's just going to be going to shoot them down. Bigatron would find a kill down, and actually, wait, one member is currently down and would be needing some revive. Actually, he was the one that was down and would be needing some revive. I think he fell down. But yep, currently looking at the other players right now, they're just again just looting those plays up, and they're just gonna be getting those plays down as well. If they go to different places, then that would be a different story, where it's just gonna be a very high risk and low reward right here. But for Arena, they do find one down, actually find two, and later on we could be spotting some confirmation kills
Three.
from these points. Oh, from MEC, he goes down. The car's following up. But Kiddo, on the other hand, would be helping his teams up. Claw, on the other hand, also finding those kills down. And it's just gonna be a 1v1 scenario right here unless the rest of the team would be joining into the fight and make that actually a 2v2. The grenade following that up, hoping to get them down. Manzi still trying to connect those shots and those grenades. RQ, on the other hand, would be finding one down. Claw would find a grenade elimination into Kiddo. Just wait to confirm that one.
No.
Another grenades. It's just game of dodgeball right here. Claw will find one. Manzi also finding one. And now here we have Manzi would be able to clean this one up. And it's just gonna be a 2v2, a possible 2v2 or a 1v2.
Ooh.
As now Manzi would be able to claim him down. And Manzi, what a menace for Manzi to be able to eliminate Claw. And now they have 3 points actually in their team. But that would be a very heavy price to pay for Manzi to be the last member for the team.
Yeah, it was a very, very big butt for the side of MEC. And MEC, they didn't really enter that engagement really well. That's why they lost a lot of their players, but they managed to turn the ties around against Claw and wipe them out. And with that, MEC, they only have one player left, but the important thing is they have a lot of points to go about, and they still have a chance to get some placement points possibly if they manage to stay alive. But on the other hand, being a solo player for the rest of the game, and with that having to compete with 11 other teams that are still standing, it might be a little bit hard, but it is doable. And the important thing is they had three eliminations already, so let's see how they'll fare from that. We're looking at Manzi definitely trying to hide out, and RRQ Ryu, for sure they've heard a lot of things happen, but on the other hand, Astrum Deus is also I think, yeah. I don't know why they're all alone when they still have three players standing. So let's see if anyone will go to the rescue of Jarskoy. RRQ has him surrounded. It's not gonna be easy for Jarskoy at this point. They're getting bombarded into this building. He has the yep, definitely got knocked down. Could not go against the whole squad of RRQ. But on the other hand, that blue zone's gonna move in, so RRQ or IU, they'll be looting and then definitely skedaddling there as soon as possible.
And yep, there have it. 12 teams and now 13 minutes, almost going to 14. RQ still with 3 points, but currently perfect attendance for these members, and to be followed that up with the rest of these teams. We do have to look at Alter Ego as well with 4 points for their team, and also pretty much everyone is alive. So as we head on to the smaller circle for Miramar, which will be shown in a few moments, then I think we have some contenders really at this point. The Arena could be one of those teams, especially that they're currently staying in the higher ground. And actually, wait, I think they are outside of the map. I think they're. Oh, okay. Okay, so definitely these two teams, once again, I mean, these teams still would be trying to fight with a higher ground. This is usually the key victory to winning Miramar maps. And with that, Alter Ego Aries also looking for places to actually stay and not really get a lot of those points just yet. They will be waiting for that opportunity later on.
Yeah, and getting those opportunities, that's pretty much what all of these teams are looking for right now. Arena, they have the high ground and they're quite far off from civilization, but still they manage to spot a squad out at the distance, and whether or not they'll be bagging these eliminations, that's something that we'll be finding out real soon. But for now, Arena, they only have one elimination so far. And so with that, they'll definitely have to take some more risks if they want to go ahead and catch up to the rest of the teams. But of course, we're looking at Bigatron Academy. They only have one player left at this point. RQ Ryu, they're doing quite well. They still have all of their squad still alive. They're gonna be rotating into the area with their vehicles, and they already have three eliminations on their side. And so we're gonna be seeing the next part of the circle is gonna close into a lot of open fields, but there's gonna be a compound in La Cabrera, out in the northwestern side. But of course, BTR versus I forgot who that was. That's Todak. Yeah, definitely getting surrounded by Todak. Krill gets knocked down by the last player of Bigatron Academy, and let's just see if they're actually gonna, get this around. But numbers disadvantage definitely going on to Bigatron Academy. Did not manage to survive that storm from Todak. But Bigatron, they didn't go down without a fight. They took one from Todak on their side.
And yep, here we have it once again. E Arena still looking for more kills, looking for more targets. I think if he would look at the box, if people would go there, then definitely he could farm those skills up. But I think he will not be doing that for now. Attorney, however, with the rest of the arena, they really have a good strategy right here to just look for targets that are on the ground. But they do need some scope though. They do need those high level scopes in order for them to get a clear shot on those enemies. But for now, I think they're just pretty chill with that. And I think in just a few moments they would be going down just to get those skills up close.
Yeah. So let's see how that's gonna work out for the rest of the teams, because taking a look at how everyone is faring, I guess everyone's just taking positions. Definitely nothing really popping up in the kill feed just yet, but until now, AE, they do find someone from Glue, and so with that, Alva is gonna be changing position. Stick these just at around of this corner. Oh my gosh, they just one more shoot, but Alva is taking a lot of damage. So there's Glue Esports. Out in the distance, they definitely have information that Alva's looking about trying to get that confirmation on their side. But unfortunately, Stickley's definitely not gonna get revived with the rest of Glue Squad Esports so far off. And so with that, Alter Ego Aries, so far, they're doing quite well. They have 4 eliminations, and they're definitely gonna get their 5th really soon. But Blue is gonna be moving on. They're gonna be repositioning, trying to see if they can get alter ego within their grasp. But on the other hand, we're seeing a lot of things popping up on the kill feed as well. Different teams going down. MEC finally getting eliminated off. Just one player still standing, finally kicking the bucket. But of course, we're looking at Vampire Esports as well. Nuzi already losing their lives. Tony K needs that revive. Sem9, Vampire Esports, 1 versus 1. Sem9 falls. But on the other hand, behind them, that's RRQ as well, lurking about, trying to see if they can find some eliminations on their side as well. Schwepp, grenades out, trying to see if they can get some damage in. They're the last person standing in Vampire Esports, and everyone else needs revive. So let's see how this is gonna work out. Sem9, on the other hand, gets eliminated off, and they're already falling off to 5th place in the leaderboards.
There we have it. 9 teams currently remain. The shotguns connecting as well. RRQ looking for more kills with 9 points for their team. Vampire Esports would be going down. And there we have it. 8 teams currently remain. The teams have already started to greet each other with a lot of those weapons. On the other hand, E Arena still with 1 point, but currently on the higher grounds. Alter Ego Aries with 5 points, but they will just be chilling. They will not be moving around and look for potential threats. They're just gonna be waiting for those targets to get to them. And with that, Alter Ego, they currently are safe, so there's really no no purpose into going outside of the circle.
Yeah. And so, with that, RQ Ryu will be rotating into the circle as of the moment. They're doing really, really well. That's 9 points already, and for sure they're gonna get some placement points as well if they get this get this roll going, especially with that. We're gonna be seeing what else is up for these last 8 teams. Looks like AD was going against AE has one player on their side that got knocked down. That'll be Alva. And so with that, let's see if they can manage to revive Alva, especially since Alva keeps popping up as one of the top players in this tournament. So you know what? Crossing their fingers that Alva will make it. They definitely managed to revive Alva. Rosemary, Crosshairs out managed to knock down Farrell. That's an elimination as well. And so that's the 6th elimination for the side of Alter Ego Aries. But on the other hand, RQ manages to catch AD's Peter. That Peko gets some bullets in. But it's not going to be enough for an elimination. Not going to be enough for a knock. So let's see how Lapa will go ahead and approach this.
And yep, there you have it. 20 minutes currently going. These teams are already near at each other's throats, so I'm really just excited on what will happen later on. And I think from RQ, one going down, Alter Ego suffering those bullets as well, but RQ on the receiving end would be hurt. On the other hand, Alter Ego Aries are already getting eliminated one by one. E Arena already also one of them going down. Todak to be followed. These members are just dropping like flies, and now that's just gonna be it. A team elimination for Todak as they get eliminated now. 7 teams. And now, still, we are not done. These teams are just gonna be greeting each other with those bullets. The grenades also be prepared as well, but RQ will find one that's gonna be from the side of Alter Ego Aries. Still, they are not. They are still hungry for more as they try to shoot them down, and these members just keep dropping. And there we have it, Alter Ego Aries, the current first place holder, will be going down. Eliminated RQ on a roll with 13 points to their team, and still wanting for more.
RQ on a roll, I definitely agree with you right there. I mean, that's 13 eliminations already. And they still have 3 players standing, and it's such a crucial time of the map as well. This is 22 minutes into the Miramar map. You're doing really well. On the other hand, Blue is still vying for the first place as well. EA losing 2 players, 3, make that 4. I think that's a whole elimination on their side. RQ is almost eliminated. It's just Asa, last person standing on their side. I don't know if they'll be able to revive the rest of their players. I mean, Blue tried to assassinate Asa. Unfortunately, Asa turns the tides around, still manages to mission on their side. But on the other hand, we're looking at FaZe Clan. 4 players standing, 6 eliminations so far. They have the numbers advantage right now. Taking a look at the top 4 teams. That's RRQ, last person standing. That goes the same with AD as well. XSB, 2 players. FaZe with 3. FaZe has the best chances of winning right now, but let's see if RRQ can manage to turn the tides around.
RQ with their last member remaining. Asa low on health,
Ooh.
trying to get those shots in, but FaZe taking them down. And that's just gonna be it. The team elimination for RQ going goodbye. Taking number 4 spot. FaZe versus Exosphere Esports. And now it's just gonna be here. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe Clan, Canary versus Exosphere Esports. It's gonna be Lobby trying to fight back. He's gonna get inside his car, trying to move around, trying to reposition before the danger zone gets in. But I think he will try his best to at least be safe. 2 members are still up for Exosphere, but while FaZe are up with 3. So it's very, very thrilling. We can't really expect a lot of these actions to happen. It's just gonna be unpredictable from this point forward, but they're storming them in. Canary getting inside, suffering those shots in. The shotgun connects. Low on health. Canary makes it out alive. One more bullet, and he could win this one. A winner chicken dinner. But here we have Exosphere Esports. KNS fighting this one out. Canary low on health, and that's gonna be it. KNS finds one. Could be looking for more, and that's a winner chicken dinner to FaZe Clan.
But on the other hand, XSP, they almost had it. They almost had FaZe in their grasp. And like in a few moments in that game, maybe the tables would turn. But in the end, FaZe to get that winner chicken dinner for our first Miramar map. And with that FaZe Clan winner chicken dinner, will be match number 5 out of 6. And that just proves, there's a lot of changes that we saw between Erangel and Miramar. There's some teams that fell off in Miramar. There's some teams that are way better in performance in Miramar. So that's something that's interesting to observe. But of course, for now, we're seeing FaZe Clan. This is their time. These are their team stats going with 2 eliminations. In Canary with 4. And so with that, that's absolutely crazy. That's stats here.
Yep, there we have it. Here we have our FaZe Clan, our champions for match number 5. And really, these stats right here, we have 368 damage and 2 eliminations from Kiwi. We have from Red Bull with the 607 damage and 4 eliminations, 220 damage from Shopper and Canary with 4 eliminations and 394 damage. And yep, there we have it. Once again, FaZe Clan for match number 5. Gaining these points could actually rank them up the leaderboard, which will be showed later on. There's still a lot to catch up for them, but it is a good start. And I think we have found their map. I think it's gonna be Miramar, and yep, we're gonna be having a head-to-head right here for RQ and RQ Ryu. And we have actually watched how they performed in this game, in this match. We have here 15 eliminations against FaZe Clan with only 19 total points for RQ Ryu and 20 points for FaZe Clan. So the
One
points, the
point.
point gap is just really slim, just by 1 point. While
Yeah.
RRQ, I mean, we could see that later. It's sort of like a familiar situation with what is currently happening with Alter Ego Ares.
Yeah. I mean, that's a 5 whole more eliminations on the side of RRQ. And that's something we'll be used to observe in Alter Ego Ares during the Erangel maps. So maybe, RRQ is the AE of the Miramar maps, maybe. I mean, this is still the first map, so we're not really making any conclusions just yet. But here, we're seeing the match summary. This is day 1 league with match 5 out of 6, 59 eliminations, 51 knockouts, 4,608 total healings, 3 grenade eliminations, 34 assists, and 0 vehicle eliminations. Once again, first Miramar map. And with that, our MVP will be Asa with 7 eliminations, 657 damage, 4 knockouts, 3 throws used, and a 1 assist. And that is from RQ Ryu. So that's absolutely crazy. That's 7 whole eliminations. And if we can recall real quickly, RQ did have 15 eliminations. So this guy had almost half of the eliminations on their team. Of course, this is the rest of the top 4 players. Coming in second is 2 Ed Bull with 4 eliminations and 607 damage. Decent amount. That's actually like 50 points away from Asa. Coming in third is Canary with 4 points and Peko with 4 as well.
Yep, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And here we have our overall ranking, still currently leading. That's gonna be Alter Ego Ares, to followed by Glublug with a still 10-point gap. RRQ Ryu already taking number 3 spot right here, to be followed by Todak taking number 4. The rest goes on with Claw Slayers 38, Sem9 33, A Arena Esports 29, and Boom Esports 26.
Yeah, and RRQ, there's still quite a long way from catching up to Alter Ego Esports. But let's see if that's gonna be significant later on. It's still first mirror map once again. But here, top 3 players: Alva, number 1 still. Number 2 is Gen 4, and number 3 will be finally Asa, taking another spot in the top 3 players of the overall. And so with that, that was match number 5. For tonight, we'll be seeing a second Miramar map later on. But before that happens, of course, we'll be taking a short break. Thank you so much for tuning in to the live stream, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
What is up, everyone? We are now back into it. We're gonna be seeing the conclusion for tonight's event, and here we have once again your shoutcasters for tonight. I'm Mike. With me is Annie. Now, Annie, are you ready?
I'm so ready, bro. I'm so ready, Mike. It's once again PUBG's Invitational Student Battle Summer Edition. I really can't say that name straight, but yeah, basically we are your casters, and this is gonna be the last match for tonight, the last chance for today for these 16 teams to prove themselves in the leaderboards. And so far, we're seeing Alter Ego with a really consistent playstyle, especially from maps to maps to map from map 2 to map 4, basically the Erangels. But Miramar, we've seen RRQ shine, so I'm really interested to see how they'll fare in the second Miramar map. So let's see what happens. But for now, we're gonna be signing on really soon, but the game is gonna start very, very, very soon. And that soon is right now. That plane is gonna be coming in, and that flight path is coming in from El Pozo going down to Puerto.
Yep, and yep, there we have it once again, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be witnessing the conclusion for tonight's day number one, getting to know day, and a day where you really just have to garner points because tomorrow is just gonna be the judgment day for all of these teams that are gonna be trying their best to actually get that winner chicken dinner even until the end. And we do have a lot of contenders already. We have the R Kirayu, they have the Todak, we have actually Alter Ego Aries currently holding number one spot, and we have the Glublug. Other teams are also trying to catch up as well. So this is really the make or break moment for all of these teams that would be winning this one.
Yeah, so this is something that we're all going to be looking forward to. We can see the distribution of the teams in this map. Nobody likes El Pozo, not even in the previous map. And so with that, everyone's just kind of spreading out, trying to see if they can find a really good spot to kind of loot about. We're seeing BTR, Bigatron Academy, they're actually splitting up. So this is going to be interesting. Let's the question now is actually, will there be any early game engagements, especially over there in Los Leones? There's a lot of teams that are gonna be dropping in that general vicinity. So crossing my fingers that something interesting is gonna happen real soon.
And yeah, while we're gonna be waiting for that one, we have already started to see some players already going in for their houses, their spots. And since it's quite since the map split is just really a bit equalized on these players, then I do think these teams have their favorite places up and running. Maybe not, but yep. Currently, FaZe is already up in the is actually on fire right now as they're getting a lot of those kills down. Roy Esports on the other hand trying to fight back. Alter Ego getting those kills for their team as well. But with FaZe Clan, they're gonna be chasing this one down. This is a continuation of their winner chicken dinner a while ago. But right here, Shopper Q would be trying to help his teammate, especially it's still quite early. You don't want your teammate to get eliminated, to get confirmed. And with this, just slow on out. There's gonna be Roy with a shotgun. Who's gonna win it? Roy tries to run away, but now the bullets catches up. It will actually kill him down, but the grenade from Ka would also be able to go for a trade, and they would be clearing them up. What a roller coaster of emotions right here for the side of FaZe Clan.
No joke right there, no joke. I mean, I forgot which team was outside in the balcony. They had so little health left. And I think Roy Esports managed to actually get that kill on their side, but then a grenade came in. I mean, that was the biggest plot twist of the century. That
Yeah.
grenade just turned the tides around. But over here, Canary is the last person standing, and Roy Esports is still within the vicinity. So, the question is now, will Canary get away? But on the other hand, there was actually another engagement. That was AE and NWE. NWE manages to wipe out AE, and I don't know if I should conclude this now or not, but maybe Miramar's just not their map.
Alter Ego being eliminated this early, and I think this has got something to do with it because I've said it a while ago. It is game changing, and them being eliminated this early is really game changing for their team. They could be surpassed by Glublug. But yeah, back to the game. Exosphere does look like they're gonna be looking for more kills. MEC on the other hand will find one. FaZe Canary already with the trigger discipline, not really going in for those shots just yet, as to not get actually not get alarmed by the rest of the Roy Esports. But Canary, now that he has decided to fire, then they know their locations already. And with this one, Roy Esports could gun them down. What another team has been eliminated right here? Mango. It's gonna be from Roy Esports trying to fight back. Canary finds one. That's gonna be Juki. Still, Mango trying to get in, and now Juki
Whoa.
has already been confirmed. The shot's coming in. He's just gonna be able to dodge them down. Canary
Whoa.
very low and health. He has to heal himself up, but in a very surprising turn of events, Mango just being able to spray that door down and being able to eliminate FaZe.
I mean, Canary didn't go down without a fight, so manages to get drag Jukai down with him. So that's absolutely crazy. I mean, FaZe versus Roy. That was pretty much still a roller coaster towards the end. But of course, XSP also got eliminated off quite early on, so that we're actually down to 13 teams, and it's only been 5 minutes in this Miramar map of all maps, Miramar. And so with that, let's just wait for something else to happen. Claw Esports, they spot NWE at the distance. Now the question is, which of these two teams will be engaging first? Will Claw Esports try and start to get this engagement in the bag, try to get those eliminations against NWE, or will New Era, not make any moves? They're happy with their four eliminations so early on. Maybe they'll just try to keep their lives for now.
hmm Now with 13 teams, still this is quite early. They're now already moving on to almost 6 minutes into the game, and this is where the part where teams usually settle down and be able to just loot properly, and maybe go for a couple of engagements, especially right here with Claw Esports, which I think they have seen new era, so they could probably go for an engagement. But really, this is the part where teams usually settle down and go stay at one area where they could look for targets. But since it's the last match for tonight, then it's gonna be a little bit more crucial. And yeah, maybe more choices would be made carefully.
Yeah, and actually, on the other hand, since it's the last game, maybe it's gonna be the other way around. They're gonna be throwing this, just trying to get as much points as possible with the highest amount of risk. But of course, that's all up to the last 13 teams standing. It looks like they'll be going in and try to play it safe for now, especially with NWE and Claw Esports a while ago. They were just biding their time, and wow, I think I just jinxed it because NWE manages to get a knock against Claw. And right now we're looking at Vampire Esports. Vampire, right? They see E Arena at the other part in another building rather. But Boom comes in as the third party with Claw and NWE. So I'm wondering what that's happening over there. And all the while, Bigatron Academy with Roy as well. They're just trading blows. It looks like Roy actually gets an elimination on their side. Maybe that's the second. That's actually a knock on their side. That's two down on the side of Bigatron Academy by the hands of Roy Esports. Will that be a third? It's gonna be a 2 versus 1. Roy versus Bigatron Academy. Deku, quite low on health, but still manages to get caught down. That's actually a wipeout for the side of Roy Esports by the hands of Bigatron Academy. And now we're down to 12 teams left standing.
And yep, while that was happening as well, Bigatron Esports already finding 2 kills, and I think their fans are gonna be happy in this one, especially that we have seen their
No doubt.
comments of the fans from Academy, and definitely they are gonna be rooting for them. But back to the game, Claw Esports would be suffering one casualty as one is actually being down, and I think he will be needing some backup before he gets confirmed. But while that was happening, perhaps Boom Esports could look for a possible kill. I mean, not really. They know that there's a team across them, but they don't know if they're gonna be willing to take this one on. Claw, on the other hand, would be fine. New era, and I think they will be confirming those skills from New era before they move on. And yeah, Boom Esports, we're just still gonna be waiting outside of that area.
Yeah, Boom Esports. Possible third party in this situation. Boom finally gets Bobo Ho as an elimination on their side. But the question is now, will Boom Esports get another kill against Claw? So with that, Claw's just taking position Still zero eliminations. They have to worry about NWE as well as Boom. But and that would be me. And just kidding. They managed to get a kill against Boom Esports. So let's see what's gonna happen now. It looks like Terry Johan needs that revive. But on the other hand, they still have all four players still up in the game. So whether or not Claw Esports can wipe out Boom, let's see if that's gonna happen, or will it be the other way around?
Hmm. Probably, probably not. I don't quite know, but yep. Boom Esports on the other hand, still just, I think they're slowly charging into this place. Glow Esport would be looking for their match right here. They could get eliminated. Ponbit 56 already positioned into this place, already spots, and that's gonna be it. Claw Esport trying to fight back with all they can at this point, but Movie Sports Ponbit on the other hand, with a grenade in hand, also trying to at least get some damage in before they can go in for the charge.
Ooh, it's a mess between Claw Esports and Boom Esports. Look at all that red inside of Boom Esports. There's two players needing that revive. On the other hand, it's Hand that needs a revive, but Boboho's already down there. Said Octa gets knocked down. Will this be the end of Boom Esports? Octa gets finished off as well, Claw Esports. Claw Esports, they have one more to go. They only have to take down Yumi Johan, and it will be all over. It looks like Yumi Johan will be cutting their losses, however. They're gonna be getting away from the area. They won't be taking this engagement. Nope. Actually, quite wrong. Yumi Johan's gonna be going back and trying to see if they can get some rather long range kills against Claw Esports. And Claw Esports, they have the numbers advantage. So if Yumi will try and attempt to get a close enough range, they might get picked off. And so they probably realize this, they're gonna be moving away. And so on the other hand, RRQ, this is what I'm excited for. RRQ, will they get another winner not rather winner. I mean a lot of points as well in this Miramar map? Or will it just be a one-time thing? Will it be a really good map in the previous match? So that's a question right now that we'll be finding out later soon.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. 12 teams still up and running. We're still at the stage where people don't really. I was so caught off guard by the buggy that just flipped down. Anyways, back into the game. They're gonna be going for a couple of sprays. If the shots will not connect, the elimination will not connect. But yeah, I mean, that was. I was so sorry. I was caught off guard by the buggy. It just flipped down, and the transition made it even funnier. But yeah, here we have it. These teams are just moving around, looking for new places. Our Kirayu also looking to gum them down as well. It's gonna be Xgen just trying to hit that down from the side of Kodak, but nothing will be happening for now.
Yeah, and hopefully something happens real soon. MEC is getting shot at by RRQ Ryu, rather. On the other hand, Yumi Johan's still walking around all alone, solo. And just actually a while ago, BTR was just at the corner, but they managed to get away from them. So Yumi's still alive. And EA, Vampire Esports, they're within this vicinity since a while ago, and none of them are making any moves. So I mean, these two teams, they're trying to play it safe, so we're gonna be respecting that. But on the other hand, both of these teams have zero eliminations. So if they want to get this game moving, they have to get a move on. But on the other hand, NWE actually gets an elimination against RRQ. So let's see how that happens. On the other hand, E Arena, they're spreading out just a little bit. They're changing what's happening with these two. I think I don't know. I thought they were dancing, but yeah, on the other, they're probably not. Yep, never mind.
Oh
They
yeah,
are
we are.
dancing. I was like, wait a minute, are they dancing? Yeah,
This is why it's fun, guys.
this is
This is
best
peak
game,
peak PUBG.
guys. Number one game on the App Store. So I love that, bro. I love that. I love that for them. Arena won my heart. They won my. They're top one in the leaderboards in my heart, bro. Look at it. It's just going up the stairs while dancing. I
I'm so
love that.
done.
Yeah, I love that for
Oh
them,
my
bro.
god,
I
he's
love
not done. He's not done.
Imagine if he's dancing and all of a sudden they get shot at, and I'm like, ah, darn.
Then a grenade comes down.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of which, it looks like Kodak and AD and shit. Oh, and they're still so even bothered. I mean, okay, let's go back to Todak.
Let's go back. Let's
Um,
go.
yeah, let's go back, man. I mean, there's a real war outside, and we're not just gonna be dancing around like it's peaceful times. But yeah, Todak, bullets in. Not gonna be connecting just like last time, but RRQ is out at the distance. NWE versus RRQ, third party as Todak at a distance. RRQ Gen Force Ryu falls down. So that's one player less on the side of RRQ. Todak, on the other hand, I think they're gonna be going in, trying to be the third party. Asa, one versus one. Kwaito and half. Oh my gosh, he lost a
Ooh.
lot of health. Oh my gosh, and with that, RRQ is still standing. Lapa's actually the last person standing at this point, and we'll have to go against the rest of NWB. All the while, we're still talking. Megatron Academy gets eliminated as well as RRQ, but the hands of NWE and that goodbye for RRQ.
This is actually looking good for Claw Esports. They're currently at number three spot, and they could catch up if they get more points. But Todak, on the other hand, also getting a move on as well. As they find one kill down, they could be looking for more. But while that was happening, still they're trying to get a lot of these kills down. They have to take advantage of this one, especially that Alter Ego Ares are already removed from the equation, RRQ Ryu as well. So Claw and Todak are just trying their best to get a lot of these points. Rail, on the other hand, being spotted and would have to hide from these enemies. And of course, we have the Globlog. They could be eliminated if they will not be able to take a few enemies down. But here, Peko, on the other hand, the rest of Todak, I think they're gonna be moving to a different location. Boomy Sports, on the other hand, are gonna be eliminated.
Yep, and we're down to 9 teams, and surprisingly, a lot of pretty impressive names have already lost their place. NWE just lost against Todak, and that was to be expected. Todak was planning to be the third party at that point, and so that's one less team to worry about. We're down to 8 teams. We're down to 30 players as well, and so with that, there's still a lot of teams to look out for, especially Glue, Todak, and Claw. Todak and Claw managed to climb up the leaderboards just a little bit. RRQ got pushed off to number 5. 9 pushed off to number 6 as well. So that's quite unfortunate. But right now we're looking at the stage 3 circle, 16 minutes into the Miramar map. So crossing my fingers that something's gonna happen really soon, especially with Todak with MEC in their crosshairs. Todak Scam actually just lost their lives, not to any team, so I'm wondering how that happened. But on the other hand, let's see what Todak's gonna do right now with 2 players left.
There we have 8 teams currently remain. Todak with the last two members. They will need more points as to really just catch up to Claw, to Glue, to Glublug. Because Glublug right now are currently 0 points. So they have to really catch up because currently Todak and Claw are just gaining a lot of those points. Irony, on the other hand, uh, they're gonna be taking one down, and I think they're gonna be confirming those skills. Astrum Deus as well are just healing themselves up. I think they will not be committing to a fight. I'm not sure just yet, but Sun Nine suffering with one member down. E Arena suffering with 2 members down as well.
Yeah. So let's see how that's gonna play out. Sam 9 is not looking really good. I don't like their positioning right now. They're inside the blue zone. They're taking a lot of damage, and Trexie needs healing. And so with that, let's see how that's gonna play out for them, especially with EA already lurking at a distance as well. So, Sam 9, EA, they're gonna be running against each other, and I think Fearon's gonna try to get this elimination before leaving. Yep, Warman falls to their side, and that's actually a full wipeout of EA by the hands of, I already forgot. Oh my god, that's Sem9 actually. Sem9 managed to wipe them out. So pretty good. Turney's still alive, however. And C2 still alive, and C2 rather is also alive. They're getting surrounded by Sem9. So let's see how this is gonna play out, especially with that blue circle closing in onto these 3 teams, especially with Blue. Also losing a lot of lives. KF manages to get Kenny down before actually they didn't get knocked down, so that's pretty good, but it's pretty interesting. There's a lot of teams within this area. Let's see who survives and which one doesn't.
Currently, Sem9 are down to their last member. And oh my god, this is just really unfortunate. He has to move alone. While Glublug on the other hand would be getting their kills as well, and already 2 points for their team. They could be looking for more as to really just stay on their current place, which is second. Or maybe they could catch up to Alter Ego, especially that they only need 10 points. Glublug on the other hand, once again, they're just gonna be moving away from this one, especially they got hit by that grenade. They have to reposition into a higher ground.
Yep, repositioning is exactly what everyone's gonna have to be doing right now. But it's gonna be a little bit hard. We're already stage 4 in the circle. Blue squad, crosshairs out. They spot EA, but they're not gonna be shooting just yet. That's a lot of trigger discipline, especially since they have vision on that moving vehicle with EA in there. But yeah, Glue, they're doing quite well so far. I mean, there's still 4 players standing. They already have 2 eliminations and they're playing it quite safe. And there's a chance that they could potentially look for some gatekeeping over here since they're at the edge of the circle. But all the while, Vampire Esports finds one against AD and they finish off Peter as well. And so that's one elimination inside of Vampire Esports. But on the other hand, they have to catch up to the kills if they want to catch up with the rest of the teams.
hmm Already 8 teams still remain. Vampire Esports already on the move, taking those members down. Todak also suffering a lot of those casualties. And I think Todak is down to their last member. Astrum Deus, on the other hand, are just inside this warehouse. They could be looking for possible kills, but they will be playing this one safely. Todak, on the other hand, will be saying their goodbyes, taking rank number 8 for this match. Now, the rest of the teams still pretty much aware of their presence, but they're not really doing something to actually start a fight. They're just really playing safe for this one. Glublug, on the other hand, just onto this higher ground, which is really good for them. But they're kind of separated, so that's a little bit risky if they're gonna get spotted by a four-man team and maybe eliminated as well. But for now, Vampire Esports currently up with 4 points and 4 members remaining. So the circle also getting smaller as well. And we could see, I think we're heading on to the conclusion of last match.
Yeah, no kidding, no kidding. This is gonna be the really exciting part for tonight. This is gonna be the last match and this is the last few minutes happening. Claw manages to wipe out EA at number 7 in the rankings, and now we're down to 6 teams. One more team elimination, and we're gonna be seeing the top 5. So with that, Claw Esports are doing quite well. They have 7 eliminations so far, and they've only lost 1 member. Let's see if RDFCE Johan is gonna be finding any elimination at this rate. I mean, they have the high ground. They have a pretty good advantage point against the other teams. And the question is now, will they get any eliminations off of that? And so with that, Claw Esports, they're inside the circle. AD out in the open, trying to see if they can rotate into the area. Blue Squad shooting against Claw as well, but that damage will be connecting, but it won't be enough for our knock just yet. So we're just gonna be waiting if someone else is gonna get knocked down first. That's actually gonna be on the AD side. Vampire Esports also falling to the hands of Blue, and that's actually an elimination on the side of AD all the while.
Mhm. With 5 teams remaining, Glublug already on the move as well. They get 3 eliminations down already, but with Claw on the other hand, 8 points to their team with currently 2 members up and running. Vampire Esports with their last member. Glublug currently all alive. MEC the same fate as well, but Vampire Esports, Vampire will now be eliminated, and now down to the last 3 teams with Claw, Glublug, and MEC. Who's gonna win it, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna be here watching these. Glublug already losing 1 member. Claw on the other hand to be followed up with 3 members still up and running. On the other hand, MEC are already getting those shots in, but you know what? It's kind of a tug of war scenario right here, because we're not just talking about a third party that was only 1 member. We're talking about these 3 teams that are all alive except for Claw, which is they're suffering with 1 member. But you know what? I think Claw is just gonna be the head-to-head comparison later on, unless if Claw will win the winner chicken dinner, then definitely that could really mark the progress for their team, and maybe could even climb up to the leaderboard.
No kidding, no kidding. I mean, Claw was, I think, already one of the top three, so you're really doing quite well. But all the while, Glue versus MEC, with Claw watching at the sidelines. Let's see how that's gonna play out. Claw Esports sprays in one after the other. They're falling, however, and that circle is gonna be pressuring them a lot. It's gonna be a very small circle. It's a very open field. Claw manages to find a bunch of knocks against MEC. KF, lots of damage coming in. Bullets connecting. Manzi walking by, but they'll be shot at if they take even a wrong step further. But on the other hand, looking at Claw, doing really well. Still two players. 10 eliminations so far. Crosshair's house, MEC at the distance. Kido as well. Quite out in the open, but within the smokes. Let's see what's gonna happen because so far, MEC, they only have
Oh,
one healthy player left. So if this last player gets picked off, it's over for them.
oh, there you have it. MEC just trying to dodge those bullets. Very impressive, actually. But right here, he's gonna be healing himself up. Claw Esport will be taking their time, just going to spray through the smoke once again, hoping to get that one down. But Glublug could be looking for potential a wipe right here. Claw on the other hand, it's gonna be Anne eliminating one. Congratulations, Annie. But yeah,
Yeah,
here we
oh
have back
yeah.
to the game. MEC taking one down. That's just gonna be a team elimination right here for Claw Esport. And there we have it, the last two teams. Glublug currently up and running against MEC's last hope. Who's just gonna win it?
That was MEC, bro. That was MEC. That
Oh
won
my god,
that
they lagged
last
so
map.
hard. Oh my god.
I mean, Blue rather gets that winner chicken dinner. MEC was the one that got picked off. I mean, Blue had the numbers advantage, so that was to be
Yep, yep.
expected. Blug, yep, they do get that winner chicken dinner. Is this the second one? I believe it might be their second winner chicken dinner. So that's pretty crazy. But what I'm really excited about is their team stats later on, and so of course. I mean, talking about the rest of the game, it's really unfortunate to see some of the top teams getting picked off quite early on. But still, Globlog, they were one of the top teams, so this is pretty good on their side. They managed to get a lot of points in this last map. But yeah, these are the team stats. Box with 3, Sickly with 3, Glue Hasbik with 1, and Glue KF with 2 eliminations, all of them. And with that decent amount of damage, especially with Box with 500. And yeah, this is the head-to-head. Globlog versus Claw Slayers. Looking at the eliminations, there's 2 more on the side of Claw. And with placement points, there's 5-point difference, of course. And the total points, there's a 3-point difference. Globlug with 19 and Claw Slayers with a 16 points.
Yup, there we have it once again. And you know what? This is what I've been talking about a while ago. Claw will be the one to be going for head to head. But yep, here we have our match summary for tonight's last match. 58 eliminations and knockouts to be followed by 5,000 total healing, 5 grenade eliminations, and 26 assists with 1 vehicle elimination. But oh, actually, here we have
That's
our
me.
grand MVP. That's Annie. That's Anne. That's Anne from Claw Esport with 5 eliminations, 4 knockouts, 807 damage, and 5 grenades being thrown with 1 assists for this team. And with Claw, still a lot of these eliminations, of course, for Claw Esport sets them up for the official rankings later on. While of course, our winner chicken dinner a while ago, Glublug would be also getting those placement points and those elimination points.
Yeah, and these are the rest of our top 4 players. No fall with 5 eliminations. RDFCE with 4 and Stickly with 3. And so that was actually just our that was just our game top 4, and we're gonna be moving on quickly to the overall ranking. Glublug dethrones Alter Ego Aries, and that is a whole 9-point lead on the side of Glublug against Alter Ego Aries. So that's a dethrone definitely, and Alter Ego Aries is down to number 2. Coming in number 3, Claw Slayers with 54, only a 2-point difference from number two, and Todak coming in at number four with 44 points, and a pretty big gap. That's 10 points. Coming in fifth is RRQ Ryu with 41. They had a good run in the previous map, but right now they got picked off quite early on in this match. So let's see if there's something that's gonna change later on. Later on, I mean that tomorrow actually. And yeah, we're seeing the overall MVP that's actually still Alva with 19 eliminations and a total of 2.8k damage. And with that, number two is actually Jen Foss, and number three is RDFCE. And so that, oh, rat face. It's actually pronounced rat face. That's crazy, guys. I learn something
Wow.
new every day, Mike.
That's something new. But yep, anyways, that's just gonna be it for today's matches with Global getting two of those winner chicken dinner. And it was, I mean, Alter Ego being eliminated quite early in the last match. It was already expected for these teams to catch up, especially
Mhm.
with Global and Alter Ego only with a 10-point gap. And plus, with Global getting a lot of those points as well, elimination points and those placement points really sets them up to dethrone them and to follow that as well with Claw Slayers, which they have been garnering a lot of those points.
Yes, and Lovelock actually managed to catch up, and that's absolutely crazy. Let's see what's gonna happen day number two, especially with the chance of these 16 teams to go ahead and review this stream and see how their enemies are working, behind the scenes. But of course, once again, this was day one of PUBG M's Invitational Sudden Battle Summer Edition. We have been your casters. My name is Annie, and Mike was with me. Guys, we'll be seeing you tomorrow for day number two. So do tune into the YouTube channel for any updates, and of course follow the socials of PUBG. So that'll be it. This will be the conclusion for day number one. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. So thank you so much, guys, and we'll be seeing you again tomorrow for day number two.